to help the team find a third. That's a clear checkpoint. The checkpoint is going to get taken. Now the Rainmaker dunks it. They need to pop and a little bit more. If they can clear that top right, Requiem still has the opportunity here. 2 members collapsing towards the checkpoint. They popped it. The Zuka's going to come out. They don't grab it immediately. 1 dives for the checkpoint. That's 3 members down. The pencil's staring at the Rainmaker, but the pencil's going to get backed off and take it out, and that is going to be the lead. Requiem takes the lead. It is in overtime. All they need to do is pop it or grab it at this point, and the game is done, and that will be it. Requiem comes from behind and stays in this set.
Yet at least gets a successful hold onto that first checkpoint so far. This double Zuka has been rough for Requiem to respond initially, but it looks like they're just gonna be trading blows here. 2 for 2 trade. It's gonna be delayed 3 for Requiem. It's also gonna be following up with that on the same suit. Kevin Lamar, I think I just saw Kevin get a double off the Zuka from the left side of the map, and that is gonna clear out a lot of space.
Seconds left. The pressure is on. Seafoam Reality needs to move in. The bucket wins the fight on the left side, and did they wait too long to pull the trigger? They are going to jump out. The Booyah is going to neutralize the zone. 2 members moving on to the zone, and just with 5 points remaining, Seafoam Reality is going to get that.
On to the final minute we go. This actually will be a this will be a very interesting finish. Clara once again another pick, and I think did they actually get the second one? Did Clara actually get the second one from the Ultra Stamp? That was interesting interaction there, I'll say the least.
Down now. Seafoam Reality needs to take their time, not get too aggressive, because the moment they get aggressive with the objective before they find the picks, they pay for it. Skovit looking for an opening on that right side, not able to find it, but this Rainmaker is a weapon itself that is going to be some picks. Now everyone's to the right. Seafoam Reality has a clear path to that checkpoint. They are going to grab it. Huge advantage. Nice play from Skovit there. 3 members down, looking to extend the lead. Another 3 members down onto Tidal Disruption. The Rainmaker goes down, but huge advantage. Seafoam Reality. What a push.
3 down, and the water level, by the way, drops here, so this is going to give Wildflower the chance at the zone and possibly a lot more of the map to work around too. About 90 points remaining and still counting down, but this is going to be a quick rebound here from Red Velvet Sea, potentially, but the Trip Strikes have responded in kind, and they get the full cap of the zone. Everybody in Wildflower in pretty good position around the zone, and they get a trade here. Danny's gonna drop on top of it too. Luigi's trying to lurk large, but it's 3 members down, and Wildflower is punching back.
Mirror match. The backline mirror remains to be seen as Red Velvet Sea moving up aggressively. Swashy in a very nice spot, setting up this bubble, finding 2 nice snipes, and now Red Velvet Sea just dominating this game so far. If they can get a pick or 2 in the bats, this game is looking over. Just trying to lead that Rainmaker over there. The bubble's going to expire before the Rainmaker gets the dunk. Rainmaker moving to the corner, but they do manage to find the picks. 3 members going down. Red Velvet Sea is geared up for a massive push.
They're geared up for possibly even a KO here if they keep this momentum going. Swashy on another snipe gets a few more. They're actually trying to chase this Rainmaker. It does not happen at all. Skywolf is trying to play this, is trying to find Vivian. Vivian was just the lone striker trying to pressure out Operation Zero in this situation, and the answer just seemed to be there. Did I see 3 members drop to this triple splashdown? They all went down at the same time. Operation Zero has a 1-point lead so far, and now it's starting to get a little entertained, to say the least, as Skywolf finds a double on top of it. Operation Zero, is gonna be the ones coming out with the zone's control.
3 members down onto the waiting room. Operation Zero wants more points, and they are going to get it. 2 more power clams enter the basket. 2 extra clams sitting in mid waiting for their opportunity to move in, and Operation Zero now is in control of this game.
This is total dominance right now in the last minute here for Operation Zero. And Waiting Room, I believe, using 2 specials to no value, not even any ground gain, and it turns into Operation Zero's game. They may be looking for the KO here if they're able to find 2 small clams. Skywolf has 2 of them, just needs to throw both of them in, and Skywolf actually throwing it from the bottom ground. That was beautiful.
The Rainmaker still sitting in the bottom of mid. They need to grab it. The Bamboo's in position. If they grab it, they could be taken out immediately. There is going to be a bit of space as we head into overtime.
Heading into overtime right now as Estelle's using that Ultra Stamp to carve out a path. As in, what? Did that Ultra Stamp actually get the pick onto the... Okay, we might... I wish we have a replay of that one. That was beautiful. They actually land that Ultra Stamp toss, but they're having to take a scenic route detour, and they are mowed down by guess who? The Hydra comes out clutch at the right time, and Operation Zero holds their ground. It's a 3-0 finish.
Is spotted by several members of I Don't Know Yet. You do see the Splashdown actually going in, managing to take the zone with that. You see managing to get one is the Carbon, a second, potentially a third there. That is the opening that I Don't Know Yet needed, and now a great opportunity for them to kind of settle into this back and forth blows being made, but no team has been able to really break through. Something's got to give eventually. Some key pick is going to happen. That could be it right there. The pick onto Kevin Lamar forces a two-player down situation. You still have to worry about that Carbon, who is quickly respawning here, but I mean, you just have the paint, you have the specials going in, the Kraken going in, managing to find one, and that will be the first barrier broken with two members of I Don't Know Yet falling. This could be huge for Tidal Disruption to start scoring more.
Yeah, the shot does go in, try and put up that defense there, but not able to get the pick as Anon swims in with a full power clam in order to be able to stall out that basket. That being said, it's just Z on that plat, that Reef Slider going to do really good work keeping that paint down on the plat, especially as these strikes come out, but they need to get some clams in that basket if they want to keep it open. Thankfully, they...
You have JJ on this wiper on the right side, just trying to see if they can manage to get that pick onto Echo. Really nicely done, trying to look for more. Reef Slider will go out from the waiting room. However, there's a hammer waiting for them, still managing to stay alive as JJ will take that trade with Stell, but now Zone in control of Free.
Going to break that second checkpoint without the need of it. We do see JJ trying to play around this tower and go for a pick, but Echo going to pop that bubble on the tower. Cakes does jump in and manage to tap, and the Reef Slide from Vivian allowing them to reposition and get right back into that tower. Beautiful cancel there from Vivian as well, Rocket, as we head to the third checkpoint a minute into this game. Beautiful defense here from Free Flow. They've got a member on each of the high grounds. They do have that cooler as well. Knowing that it's just the Tetra and the Hydra going to be forced to back, it means that they can take that plat back, pop that Zuka, and get 3 members of the waiting room. That is a wipeout for Free Flow. With 30 seconds left in the game, it's looking comfortable. Do see Parks again situated on top mid. Again, they've hardly left this general area as Swish uses that 10 shield to get a pick on the right side. JJ and Swish have done such a fantastic job so far this game in holding this bottom right corner. This is what allowed Free Flow to go in for those 2 consecutive dunks and is going to set them up well here for that again, as that bubble is shredded underneath that basket. But Swish, who needs a bubble when you have a 10 shield? They only need 3 more clams.
Wow.
That's it. GG's for Free Flow.
Flat.
Yeah, we see Pancake pushing up, trying to clear Swish out of that bottom right side, but Swish wisely going to back and wait for reinforcements. Operation Zero popping cooler on that plat as Free Flow gets dangerously close to clearing their penalty and extending their lead. Pancake's working their way up the left side, and we do see that the Nautilus is extra close to that splashdown as well. Pancake goes in, does try and splash down that zone, but 2 members down on Operation Zero means there's not going to be anyone to follow up on this paint from the second splashdown. Are they going to be able to cap here? Rocket, I am so stunned. Those strikes applying that extra paint in order to be able to follow up when there were no other bodies in the zone for Operation Zero.
Here, JJ managing to find one. Won't find one with a hammer, yes, but presence has been made. An opportunity for Free Flow to move in here. Kraken being invested, as well as now up to the podium, potentially slamming it down. No, is denied right at the buzzer here, but JJ still camping this lead, doing God's work here, being able to just camp everything, get those ledges, get a triple, and manages to end that game. Now Free Flow tied 1-1. The first checkpoint will be popped very, very quickly by Operation Zero.
Yeah, there's no one really there to defend it. We do see it's just Cakes left standing on those dualies, and Cakes is going to go in for that ramp and go down. Now, this is the moment, right? We have 4 members left standing, Free Flow all coming out of spawn. They have these strikes in order to be able to completely decimate this top right portion of the map. Those strikes coming out somehow, I do not know how. 2 members go down on the tower as Prince does dive it, but Cakes there to stall it out. We got jumps on top right for Operation Zero as they have their bodies on that third checkpoint. The splashdown denying any sort of retake there from Free Flow. That is a 100-0 push from Operation Zero. I guess that's how they like to play their game. Zero with those strikes, with that pity to work with, especially getting the pick on that Inkjet. 2 members down. Oh, I take it back. Swish coming in clutch with that Zuka, going to get the pick on the pen on top mid. That was the pen that had all of their clamps. Now remember, they still have that pity. They still have Parks being dangerously close to this Kraken. Pancake working their way, trying to on that right side, but there's not a lot of paint for them to play with. They're going to set up a jump here, but they're not going to be able to. The blaster going down. Cherry swimming in, trying to get the dunk, not able. That's it. That's a cleanup from Free Flow. A very clutch defense, frankly, centered around Swish's Zuka.
You do see the specials now being invested from both sides. Kraken going in, Trip Strikes being invested. Zone, neither side has strong control over it. This will benefit Free Flow here as they still have that lead now down to 20 seconds left. Operation Zero need to build out their specials soon. You do have the Nautilus Splashdown now being invested. Zone is now in control of Operation Zero, still ticking down as 3 members of Free Flow fall in total now down to the 10 tick mark for their penalty here. An easy lead change can happen here, Skep. Now down to 5 seconds. Do Free Flow have anything left to try to get into the zone? You do have the Zap just desperately trying to paint over. They will flip the zone and overtime is forced. However, you do see the trip strikes going in. These players just trying to desperately throw themselves onto the zone won't be enough as Free Flow unfortunately falls as Operation Zero in another comeback managed to take game 5 and will be your first team to qualify for SAC Season 10.
Unbelievable clutch there from Operation Zero when Free Flow capped and sent the game into
Get ready for the next battle, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in between. My name is SPF Darko, coming at you live here at IPO to bring you our second SAC qualifier. But before I get too ahead of myself though, I am joined by a very good friend of mine here today.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. My name is Carnival. If you know me from Under Pressure and Splatoon Tourney, you have probably heard me on the mic before, but this is actually my second time using a face cam. So very excited to actually have this set up. In my situation, it took me about like an hour or something, but we're not here to talk about that. We are here today for SAC Qualifier 2, which I am very excited to be with my buddy Dark here and commentating for.
Yeah, it's a very exciting thing. It's a very exciting opportunity, you know, as well, because both me and you, Carney, this is our first time like doing a big production like this for IPL. You know, after doing throughout the years in past, just doing spread productions here and there of like just weeklies and a few like bigger tournaments here. So the opportunity here is very great, and I'm very appreciative of it, and I'm very excited to see exactly what is going to be happening today. I do believe we do have our first round of matches already on the side, and this is a match I was already waiting for. Big Fat Sea Cows versus Octo-Express.
And Big Fat Sea Cows, Octo-Express, you were just talking about wanting to see a Big Fat Sea Cows matchup during this qualifier. We have on Big Fat Sea Cows Mini, Fairy Light Lux, Neptune, Totostar, and Wyatt versus Octo-Express Wrecked, What Luke, Critter, Izumi, Meep, and Shinigami.
Ooh, I am not necessarily a big fan of Big Fat Sea Cows. Gonna have to try and remain neutral here for the sake of our positioning here. But I do know Big Fat Sea Cows very well. Most of my experience up to this point has revolved around CCA, and Big Fat Sea Cows is at least one of the big teams over in CCA. Just this past season, they were slated for finals. They got all the way down to semifinals in Division 1 before unfortunately losing there before being brought and taking their 4th place match after that on the next following week. So they couldn't quite make it there, but Division 1 in CCA, it is still a very big deal. They are a very strong team and not something you want to take lightly.
Absolutely. And if you have been around like the Splatoon production community in specific, like you probably know Neptune. Like, I feel like you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody, like, within, like, our little small circle that doesn't know Neptune at all. But But like you said, very good teams on either side here. I'm really excited to get into these matches as honestly as soon as possible. This is literally going to be the highlight of my weekend. As we can take a look here at these map modes, we have Splat Zones on Umami Ruins, Brainmaker, Scorch Gorge, Tower Control, Hagglefish, and I do want to point out Splat Zones on Umami Ruins first. We all know that this is like the zones map for Tri-Sloshers and Tri-Slosher Nouveau because of the way that the zones are shaped and because of where they sit. This just is welcome to bucket heaven, honestly.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Zones Umami Ruins here. The whole dichotomy of just having the two zones to really watch out for, and as you mentioned, you bringing buckets here overall can be a very big annoying factor here. And there's the ledges here and the elevation on this map specifically really gives a lot of credence to buckets overall. And so I would be genuinely surprised if we didn't see a bucket of some kind here. So, and on my end, I don't really know exactly what either of these two teams are going to be bringing here. Big Fat Seekers, even though I said I am familiar with them, I don't really know the rest of well enough to know exactly what the kinds of weapons they do bring here, especially considering the fact too that there has been a relatively recent patch that might have shaken up a few things as well. But I'm eager to see exactly what's going to be happening next. But as a reminder as well, folks, that we here early in the early stages of SAC, we are a play all three. So even though one team might win the first two, or we will see all three games regardless of what the outcome is going to be.
Absolutely, and even though it is going to be a play all three, you do want to win as many matches as possible because that is how you get those big points that your team wants to have in order to be going into the finals of SAC. So like you said, play all three, but it's best if you sweep low-key.
yeah. Being a circuit, this is actually my first time commentating a circuit, so in a broader sense of terms, you definitely want any victory you can that you can get. It could literally be the difference of one game for you to be able to qualify into later of the tournament series, or being just unfortunately cut out because you lost that one game. So any victory here is gonna be a huge win in the long run. And yeah, sure, winning the set also does help a lot, but sometimes you also got to really pay attention to some of those smaller steps here. And so it's going to be regardless of what the situation might be for either team, regardless of what the outcome might be for either team, I know for a fact that any team, not just between these two teams that we're seeing here in just a moment, but any team playing throughout the SAC, they definitely have to be on top of their games to try and make sure that they minimize any losses that they might be getting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Minimizing the losses here is going to be very crucial for these teams to advance further into the circuit. And just honestly, shout out to these teams for being here in the first place, because for people who aren't familiar with SAC, we are a mid-level circuit. So these people have surpassed low ink, all of the low-level tournaments, they are in the mid-level, in that buffer zone before they get to that high level. So this is vital for them to get those results, to get them under their belt, so that way they can prove that they have what it takes to get up another couple of divs, maybe 2 or 3 before they get to that high level division threshold that honestly every Splatoon competitive team wants to be at.
Yeah, no, I really like SAC for where it's played specifically. It isn't as often as some of the other tournaments that comes around here, at least from my own perception of the game and the community here. But it is still something that is very much a title worth earning here. SAC is very competitive, and I mentioned this when CCA was running their own circuit a few months back during the first half of the college semester anyways. But circuits as a whole, I always find so interesting, so entertaining to watch, because yeah, on weekly tournaments and on tournaments that do have weekly matches before as you're part of your group stage here, in terms of circuits, you have multiple opportunities spread out throughout a period of time to try and get the points you need to actually try and qualify for your bracket. Meaning, if playing this week, you know, you have a decent amount of chance to rack up those points. But even if you don't technically win today's groups and bracket stage, you aren't out of it just yet. You still have a few more qualifiers to go to try and improve your score by any means necessary. And so losing out on today, if you don't perform that well, it's less of like, oh, well, I guess we're out for the count. We can't really do much out of this. And more of, okay, this week wasn't our best week. We still have a few more chances to try and make it up, shake things up a bit, and really hit the ground running with these points.
Yeah, and honestly, like you said, circuits like this are just, I want to think of it like almost as like a mini Ludi like season. Like you've got like these like sort of weekly matches that you're doing against these players, and like if it's not your best week, then like it's not your best week. You're not like out of the running entirely like it is for like certain specific weekly tournaments, like from the Ink Up, like, you know, low ink. Like if you don't do good like during your matches, it's not like as devastating as it would be for like, you know, a single like one-shot tournament.
Ooh, but as we are finishing up with our conversations, we do have our first match of the game, our first set of the day. And man, oh man, I'm very excited to see a few interesting weapon picks already on my side. Anyways, I'm very much looking from Octo-Express Critter having an S-Blast.
The S-Blast is on the field along with the sloshing machine. I did mention that the buckets were going to be a very good choice for this match, and with 2 going down on Big Fat Sea Cows, it is now Octo-Express's chance to move forward and cap the zone, getting that early lead that they so desperately will want to cling on to. With Big Fat Sea Cows running a very standard comp, they know what they are going to be doing, and they're doing it well, because at the moment, Octo-Express does end up going 2 down, and we see a zone flip onto the favor of Big Fat Sea Cows.
A good retake from Big Fat Sea Cows meant they're able to just quickly retake mid and push Octo-Express back, and now they're going to try to lock out here using all the specials they have online at the moment here, using Hammer, using Inkzuka to try and keep Octo-Express out. A big flank potentially coming out from Neptune before they eventually do fall back a little bit. Killer Whale coming out from Octo-Express to try and push Big Fat Sea Cows back a bit, but no, they do get one player. This could be the shift they need to try and get a push going here. Booyah Bomb coming out, a second Booyah Bomb online here, but no, their player gets popped out before they can even use the special here, and with 40 points remaining for Big Fat Sea Cows, this is a huge swing on their end.
Absolutely, and like you said, Big Fat Sea Cows is still going. They still have control of this zone. They are still just absolutely going nuts on this zone, and as we are moving into the single digits here, with 3 going down on Big Fat Sea Cows, in that moment, Octo-Express takes the zone underneath their control, giving Big Fat Sea Cows a nasty 66 tick penalty. This is going to be huge for them if they can keep the zone under their control and out of the grasp of Big Fat Sea Cows.
A good retake from Octo-Express gives a hefty penalty points to Big Fat Sea Cows, but they aren't out of the clear just yet. Big Fat Sea Cows hasn't entirely left their presence here in mid, still trying to take these picks, these trades, getting exactly whatever they can off of that. A 1-for-1 trade from both these two teams. Booyah Bomb unfortunately getting canceled out as Big Lex here goes in with the Wiper and the Hammer, gets one pick before turning, and in the midst of all that chaos, Big Fat Sea Cows retake control once again, and Octo-Express are slowly getting staggered out here as Big Fat Sea Cows are setting up for their own lockout once again.
Neptune over here being a support shot by zone is crucial, because they are keeping the pencil on Big Fat Sea Cows as safe as they possibly can, but Octo-Express says no, we are going to move in as a team now with that Booyah Bomb going out, in a second one with Big Fat Sea Cows' name on it. Unfortunately, 2 of Octo-Express go down soon after. Big Fat Sea Cows goes 2 down as well, and while Big Fat Sea Cows is in control here, they seem to be on a little bit of a back foot, because now Octo-Express is going to be painting the zone, but they have to get that other zone a little bit more painted before they can get those penalty points onto Big Fat Sea Cows, giving them 51 to the face.
A big fat penalty points being handed over to the big fat sea cows. Both these two teams are still playing it out in mid. Big fat sea cows moving in quickly to at least contest the zone, put it in a neutral state so they Octo-Express aren't running away with a lot of points here. With 2 players down for Octo-Express, big fat sea cows is able to move in, take control of the zone once again, and make sure that Octo-Express cannot eat through those penalty points at all. And here, 1 minute 30 seconds remaining of this game. Big fat sea cows are wanting to try and solve this game up for the remainder of this as long as they can. There's a 59-point differential. I'm sorry, 49-point differential between these two teams right now. So it is a bit of a climb for Octo-Express, but depending on how they play it out here, they can absolutely swing things here.
Absolutely. That unfortunate Booyah Bomb did end up going down on that S-Blast for Octo-Express. And now Big Fat Sea Cows has control of the zone once again. Neptune throwing out the Trizuka, and we have the stamp from Lux going in as well. And with that, less than a minute left on the clock, 3 down on Octo-Express. And Big Fat Sea Cows, despite being 2 down, have worked through their penalty points. And with that, it seems like Octo-Express is unable to retake the zone, which means that the first game is going to go to Big Fat Sea Cows.
A good opening by Big Fat Sea Cows. This is exactly what they kind of want to see here for the first game of the day. And for Octo-Express, maybe not something you want to see on your end, but honestly, it's still literally just the first game of the day of our run here. So really can't be too disappointed here. In fact, 50% of players are going to lose their games, their first games today. It's just how the math works out. So, in all honesty, Octo-Express, they have a lot of good going on to them. Big Fat Sea Cows, though, I really can't tell exactly what they're doing right at this moment here. The first game, there's not a lot of info to go off of so far here, but it's both teams have shown that they have at least some power against one another to get a good back and forth dichotomy between these two teams.
Absolutely. And for our next game, we are going to be moving on to Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, which is honest. Oh my god, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, guys. Like, it's honestly going to be a just complete, like, swing on who is going to be able to get that pop first, because we saw on those two teams, they had the firepower necessary, I feel, to get, like, say, the pop first, but it's just going to be, it's honestly anybody's game. Like you said, 50% of players lose their games before they win big. And with this, I'm hoping that we can see a little bit of Octo-Express's strengths and weaknesses during this game.
Yeah, no. I mean, we mentioned earlier already, but this is a playoff 3. So even though if Big Fat Sea Cows does manage to take the second game here, we still will be seeing the third game regardless, if they win this second game or not. So really, Octo-Express right now are in a position to try and see if they can leverage these later 2 games to take whatever they can and learn to try and turn it against Big Fat Sea Cows and try and win the second game to at least make sure they don't at least lose this set here. But man, oh man, it's entertaining to watch at the very least. Big Fat Sea Cows, I've known them, I've seen them play time and time again. It's always entertaining to watch them, but Octo-Express are genuinely do put up a good fight against Big Fat Sea Cows. There's a lot of good moments on their side and what they done in that last game here. So I'm hoping that they can try and bring out some more of those good moments, some more of those good plays to try and counteract what Big Fat Sea Cows might be bringing.
Absolutely, and as we are going into this Rainmaker match, we are going to be seeing exactly what these two teams have to offer us in terms of weapon comps. It seems like Big Fat Sea Cows is going to be sticking with what they know. They have not changed their comp at all, but we do see that I believe we have a custom E-leader on the side of Octo-Express, the Kraken coming out for the Rainmaker match, which is possibly going to be game-changing for Octo-Express if they can use it right. That Kraken alongside the Rainmaker just basically means free checkpoint if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, no, that E-leader is definitely a big power and a big statement coming out from Octo-Express here, but unfortunately they go down in this upcoming team fight here. Big Fat Sea Cows takes the Rainmaker and are looking to try to get this early first dunk, but Octo-Express's own Inkling is still alive there to try and cause some distraction, but no, to no avail. Big Fat Sea Cows does get that first checkpoint, unfortunately losing one of their own players here. Shinigami trying to make an initial play off of that before unfortunately going down to here. And now Big Fat Sea Cows with the Rainmaker popped and picked up and back in their own position. They're looking to try and go in and run for it. Take it all the way down to 27 points remaining, 20 points remaining in that single push.
Oh my god, Big Fat Sea Cows, what an amazing first push from you guys. Going all the way down to those 20 points in the very first push. We are not even 2 minutes. We're not even 2 minutes into this match. We, in fact, just passed the 1 minute mark since this match started. Big Fat Sea Cows is going to be going 2 down here with Octo-Express in control of the Rainmaker and the rest of their team painting forward for them. It looks like it's going to be a pretty decently easy checkpoint, but watch out behind you because there comes that shot, unfortunately, just... that Junior just going right after that Rainmaker. Oh! Oh, no!
An unfortunate type of a breakaway to get that Rainmaker checkpoint finally out of the way. Octo-Express unfortunately loses 2 to the hammer here. Big Fat Sea Cows holding strong with the Rainmaker back on their side. Tactical are online. They can absolutely try and stall it out here mid, or they can try and shove this Rainmaker as far forward as they can to make sure that they give Octo-Express a lot of ground to cover if they want to try and potentially take that first checkpoint once again here. But the Rainmaker is putting in the work, putting in the footwork, and evading all danger. Is now almost trying to contest that lead that they initially got in their first opening push.
Absolutely, and you guys know what I'm going to say next. Some people are born Rainmaker mains, and Mini here on the Rainmaker just doing, like you said, putting in the work, putting in the effort, just bypassing every single shot that had possibly gone towards them until they unfortunately went down to those lasers. And as we can see now, Octo-Express is going to be 2 down. They need to defend their base from the oncoming Big Fat Sea Cows. The Kraken is going to be online maybe very soon because it seems like Toto has picked up the Rainmaker at an inopportune time, but now the Kraken comes out. The sodas are going to be coming out soon. 3 down on Big Fat Sea Cows, and with those sodas out and Octo-Express in control of the Rainmaker, now is the opportune time for them to start pushing.
Finally taking control on their side of the map. Octo-Express slowly taking this Rainmaker as far forward as they can, but the pencil comes in and shuts it down from mid. Big Fat Sea Cow still holding strong, keeping this aggression going, not letting Octo-Express any breathing room whatsoever. As the Rainmakers pop once again, they're just keep on running as far forward as they can, going in to just make sure that Octo-Express has no opportunity, no chance to get close to that first checkpoint. As we enter the final minute and 20 seconds of this game, Octo-Express has a bit of a mountain to climb if they want to win this game here.
And with Neptune's Trizuka about to be online, 2 specials, in fact, about to be online for Big Fat Sea Cows. Last minute remaining in the match. Octo-Express, like you said, has a hill to be climbing if they want to get that lead. The 1 minute mark is now, and with the Rainmaker being reset and the sodas are out from Octo-Express alongside a couple of specials here, I have a feeling that they are going to be preparing for a oh my god, and everybody's almost dead. 2 down on either side of those teams, and we can see that the shot and the charger on Octo-Express still have their specials up thanks to the power of the sodas. That Trizuka is going to be coming out, trying to find a pick, not really getting anyone in the moment. That charger is going to be going down with the Kraken, which is unfortunate. Last 30 seconds of the match, Big Fat Sea Cows in the lead, but 2 going down because of Critter's double. This could be the chance that they have.
And big screen you could be seeing here from Octo-Express, a 3-player down scenario from Big Fat Sea Cows, but there's 1 player sharking in the backline, and they're able to halt the Rainmaker and stop their dreams here. Octo-Express has to take the time to repop the Rainmaker and get it going, but no one's gone for Neptune, and still in the backline is able to cause the chaos and just stop that potential overtime victory, bringing this set 2 over Big Fat Sea Cows.
Oh my god, Big Fat Sea Cows, excellent job on this Rainmaker match, getting that very prominent, very huge lead in the beginning there, going down to 20 points, really, and just like Octo-Express was really unable to have an answer for that. They tried time and time again. They got the Rainmaker out of their base, they got the Rainmaker out of their spawn, only to just get stopped on the checkpoint by Big Fat Sea Cows. The unstoppable force versus Big Fat Sea Cows' immovable object on defense really was their downfall during that game.
Yeah, I mean, Big Fat Sea Cows did a lot of just constant aggression, constant just continuous pushing and keeping Octo-Express staggered for a good chunk of that game, to the point where they could even get past mid there. They actually got kind of close to being able to get that first checkpoint, finally knocked down around the mid game, but unfortunately for them, Big Mexico just knew exactly how to respond and how to keep them down for the count for the majority of that game, and it just kind of spouted at the end there. There really wasn't a good point for Octo-Express to really group up there until the very end, right when overtime was about to be called. But one thing that Big Fat Sea Cows did ahead of time, knowing that they had an opportunity to try and regroup, is that Neptune was just sharking in the back line, staying hidden away, waiting for the right moment for them to go past with the Rainmaker, hit the Rainmaker, get out of there to cause some chaos for Octo-Express, cause them to panic a bit, only to re-engage on the Rainmaker once again.
Yeah, that unfortunate pop of the Rainmaker at the last moment. Neptune waiting in the wings for the Rainmaker to go to them, and it just instantaneously, like, boom, the Rainmaker's down and nobody's left alive on Octo-Express. Like, what can you do, honestly, in that situation? Because you can't really do much. You just have to let bygones be bygones, and just kind of, like, take the loss at that phase.
Yeah, no. I mean, at this point, Octo-Express are definitely looking to just try and make sure they can at least get one game off of Big Fat Sea Cows here, so they can try and at least get some consolation points here in this first set here. Big Fat Sea Cows, even though they're technically at the have won the set at this point, we still are going to see this last game here in terms of points to see exactly how seedings might work out and how all that is going to math out the very end here. So it's still very important for them to try and give it their absolute all, even though they're at a bit of a unfortunate scenario right now.
Yeah, like you said, again, reiterating what you said, very important for them to get, like, if they can get this point, then it's going to be huge for them no matter what, because, like you said, it affects the seeding, it affects, like, everything that is going to be happening after they are completing this match. Speaking of this match, we are going into our last game of the set. That is going to be Hagglefish Market Power Control. And with the same comp from Big Fat Sea Cows that has been working for them, we see a very big switch up from Octo-Express. Now we have the Deco, the Deco Splatling with the Kraken on it, as well as the Carbon Roller, which is a very big change for Octo-Express, but not an unwelcome one, because with the power of that Carbon Roller's just very quick time to kill, as well as the fact that it has the Trizuka in their grasp, Octo-Express is going to be taking the first push of this set. Going on to that, unfortunately, the Kraken ends up going down to that really well-placed Trizuka, but the Kraken is still in their possession because of the sodas that they had popped. And with Octo-Express now going to checkpoint 1, 3 down, unfortunately, it's the wipeout from the Stamp!
A huge save from Big Fat Sea Cows. Octo-Express were threatening that first checkpoint, but we see here the Wiper on Big Lux just utterly holding the ground there. And now momentum has completely shifted at this point. Big Fat Sea Cows are now the ones on that first checkpoint. Going in on the deep end, going down for a 1-for-1 trade here. That first checkpoint is going to be cleared without any issue. Now they're marching to that second checkpoint. The heavy Deco is going to be sitting on the 10 to try and see if they can at least try and reclaim some ground here, but Big Lex is still being a menace. They're still being a nuisance here, and these off angles, and with Hammer out once again, they're looking to try and use it as much as they can. One, the Carbon Roller going down. Big Bang Sequels at that second checkpoint, clearing it with record time, and now they're looking to start this third checkpoint here. Octo-Express doing everything they can to slow the pace of the game down, but it might be too little too late for them.
Yeah, and with Octo-Express clearing the rest of Big Fat Sea Cows off of the tower, they are not out of the clear yet, because the Pencil has purchased real estate on the glass of Octo-Express and providing jumps for the rest of their team. That trade-off now. And Big Fat Sea Cows, Octo-Express, both 2 down in this moment. Lux providing jumps, has the Stamp ready for a throw, and they pop it, going immediately into the base, getting one, getting a second, and unfortunately end up going down. The bubble is going to be popped on the tower now, and Octo-Express is staggering a little bit. They need to get it together so that way they can prevent this third checkpoint from being broken, because as soon as the third checkpoint is broken, it's basically game over.
Yeah, this is a really hard position to try and defend on from any team at this point right now. That third checkpoint is notoriously such a avalanche moment that once it breaks, that's kind of the last bastion of hope for you to stay alive in this game by any means necessary here. So Big Fat Seacoast doing a very well job of keeping that tower on that side of the map for as long as they did here, but things are now starting to fall apart a little bit. Unfortunately, we watch one of Octo-Express's own just fall off from the tower. And believe it or not, I think that was kind of a huge fall off from them. Big Fat Seacoast is still on the offensive here, and they're going to be the ones trying to keep Octo-Express down from the count as long as they can.
Oh my god, that is so unfortunate, losing your back line after a backstep off of the tower directly into the water here. Neptune is going to be taking down the Carbon on the side of Octo-Express, and they are still going. Two specials are going to be coming online soon from Big Fat Cows. We have those Trizuka, we have the bubble being popped on the tower. They are looking for that third checkpoint again. They're looking for that knockout, but the Kraken is going to be coming out, clearing the tower with ease as they go back into the fray now. They have pushed the rest of Big Fat Sea Cows out of their area and back into mid, but Big Fat Sea Cows still has the lead, and a very sizable one at that. But they do end up going 3 down in the moment. This could be Octo-Express's chance. 1 minute left on the match, and Chucky has taken the tower with that Splatling, and now they are needing to push all the way past third checkpoint in order to get this game.
If there was an opportunity to punch hard, this has to be it for Octo-Express. You're at that first checkpoint. Big Fat Seacoast are using the special they can to try and stall it out, and they do, unfortunately, canceling the Kraken here from Octo-Express. They attempt to get that first checkpoint finally checked off, but no. Big Fat Seacoast moving too fast with them, flushing that last player standing there from Octo-Express, and now retaking mid as fast as they can. 20 seconds remaining on this side of the game, and Big Fat Seacoast are doing everything they can to try and stall them out so they can win and secure this game number 3. Tactical are online. This pressure is starting to stack for Octo-Express. 10-second timer has been called. They need to make sure they have majority control mid here if they want to try and take this game in overtime. 2 now for Big Fat Seacoast, meaning that they can have the opportunity to go, but no! An unfortunate wipe out the very end. Just shoots down the dream. Octo-Express goes down 0-3.
Oh my god, Big Fat Sea Cows, more like Big Fat Sweep Cows, because they take this set 3-0 in a very prominent display of their team's power. The wipeout at the very end, unnecessary, but very unfortunate for Octo-Express, because those 2 team members of theirs that were going straight for the tower just did not have the time to get on the tower before they both ended up dying, which is very unfortunate for them. And again, Big Fat Sea Cows just really showing their prowess at the game, sticking with the same comp over and over and over again. They know how to play around their team's strengths. They know how to make sure that they are keeping those specials coordinated and popped at the same time, which is very important for them.
Yeah, Big Fat Sea Cows, as they are a very well-experienced team playing together throughout past seasons and past months and years. I mean, these last 2 games didn't show it. Big Fat Sea Cows knew exactly how to play around each other. They knew exactly when was the right time to aggress, when not to overextend. There was multiple times there where Big Fat Sea Cows where most players and most teams would actually opt to try and push the tower or push the Rainmaker or just take a little bit more control. They opted not to do that. Instead, just to stand their ground, slow down a little bit to allow the remainder of the teams who might have got picked, the 1 or 2 players that might have got picked off from random fights, for them to respawn and come back in so they can, as a group, push once again and keep their aggression going. Big Fat Sea Cows just showed exactly how much of a powerhouse they are and how much powerhouse they can be if they can actually get their ball rolling. And Octo-Express, unfortunately, fell victim to just this coordination against them.
Yeah, and especially because Hagglefish Market Tower Control and like Umami and Hagglefish both are very, very heavy lockout maps. Like, if you get the ball rolling and you don't stop the ball before it hits you, then it's basically game over. And with Big Fat Sea Cows just easily able to clinch the early, like the lead that they had gotten, Octo-Express was just left completely on, like, just left completely out of, like, nowhere. They couldn't do anything about, like, the just, like I said, unstoppable force versus immovable object, and big fat sea cows is both.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it better, but man, oh man, a 3-0 on our first game. Big FC Cows are feeling pretty good about themselves, and Octo-Express, you know, bit of a rough start to today's SAC run here, but not entirely out of it just yet. You still have a few other sets ahead of you to try and recover from this initial loss here. But with that being said and done, we are still waiting just a little bit for our next game here. So don't go anywhere just yet. Take your quick breaks, and we'll be right back after this break.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I hope you guys had a very good break because I know I did. I had some water. I munched on some very Vermont popcorn. We are back for our round 2 here. We are going to be commentating Rule of 4 Squared versus a Clown Ensemble.
I always love team names. I'm just gonna put it out there. Every single tournament I comment and cast for, there's always a team name that I'm like, yeah, that's a good name. Like Clown Ensemble. That's a good team name there.
You gotta send in the clowns at some point, coming from the guy named Carnival. But for Rule of 4 Squared, we have on their side Kronos, Rice, Nerd, and Westy. And I have no more time to introduce the other members of Clown Ensemble because we are going right into the map. And we can see that on the side of 4 Square, we have something very interesting I want to point out, and that is the Tent Umbrella.
Tent Umbrella is a weapon that I very much enjoy using, and as a pseudo tent man myself, I'm always happy to see it here. But I'm also eager to see the Inkling stringer coming out on the side of Clown Ensemble, because that's not a weapon you see hardly played at on any capacity. So I'm eager to see exactly how Clown Ensemble will be trying to use it here on this map specifically, as Clown Ensemble gets his first zone on their side, is trying to extend the lead as best as they can. This map in general is known for a lot of lockouts. So whoever can get that first not lockout positioning is really going to can take away a lot of points here.
Absolutely, and with both sides going 1 down, 2 down actually on the side of 4 Squared, it is now Clown Ensemble's chance to go forward and cause as much chaos as possible. That brush ended up going down in the Zipcaster, which is unfortunate. Westy now popping out those sodas as that Trizuka comes out, not really able to find anything, but the Splat Roller putting in the work and the effort there, capping the zone, giving Clown Ensemble a 26-tick penalty as they do end up going 3 down. The bubble is going to be coming out too, as that Splat Roller is hanging around in the back, waiting for the opportune time to pop it. Getting one there, the Booyah Bomb trying to go out, and unfortunately, it seems like that Splat Roller did go down, but not before Rule of 4 Squared took the lead.
We do see that lockout scenario here coming out from Rules 4 Squared, taking a lot of points away from Clown Ensemble here as they're struggling to try and break through here. But with those initial tanks on top of these continuing fighting here in mid, in the area heading into mid, things are starting to look good here. But no, 3 down for Clown Ensemble, only 20 points remaining from Rule of 4 Squared. And it's up to Damage here to try and make anything, trigger this to anything so they can potentially flip the switch here. But no, just being absolutely jumped. Clown Rule of 4 Squared and just not letting anything go for Clown Ensemble as they ride that Smash Zone to victory.
Clown Ensemble did have the early lead there in the beginning, but the absolute aggression and power of Rule of 4 Squared unfortunately took them off guard and just absolutely shredded that crab at the very end. That Tentabrella just... You don't really see Tentabrella often, but I feel like when you do, it's a player who is like the most insane Tentabrella player you've ever seen in your life. And we are going to be going into Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track next, and with the Tentabrella player, like I said, your portable wall is going to be so helpful for this map mode because of that tight little corridor that is directly after that first checkpoint. Oh my god, it's hell to get through if you don't have a special or a wall.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It is a really solid pick here. Though on the other end here, what we could see on this map specifically is something I always say time and time again, talking about Humpback Pump Track, is that if you play rollers, blasters, buckets, brushes, you're absolutely gonna love all the ledges and a lot of the corners and like just all the weird terrain you have to play around here. And the thing with Tentabrella and Umbrellas as a whole anyways is that blasters and buckets kind of win against them very well unless you really know how to play the matchup here. So if we see the Clown Ensemble bring any of those, and we do see the sloshing machine coming out from Clown Ensemble, that machine might actually pose a bit of a threat for World 4's own Chronos on the Tentabrella.
Absolutely, because with the Booyah Bomb and the Fizzies both on slosh mode, it's just welcome to chip damage paradise here on Humpback Pump Track. Clown Ensemble does take the Rainmaker before immediately losing it. 2 down on either team now, as Clown Ensemble is taking mid, trying their best to get any sort of picks that they can, but that Splat Roller just instantaneously taking it down. That Sloshmo getting a pick after that Rainmaker popped, and now is the time for Rule of 4 Squared to be taking the lead. They're going to be dunking the Rainmaker into that checkpoint as the rest of their teammates move forward, getting pick after pick, and it's 3 down on Clown Ensemble. Rice has taken the Rainmaker, and they're beginning to move forward behind that tent, and they're going for it, they're gonna dunk it! Yeah!
Just like that, Rule of 4 Squared absolutely runs away with this game against Clown Ensemble. I think that was a sub-minute game there.
Oh my god! That is insane. That is insane. Oh.
I'm
asked for us to commentate almost because Clown Ensemble had it, and then they lost it, and then they went down, and then Rule of 4 Squared were like, okay, my game now, it's time to go, and they just ran with it. Like, they went boom, middle, checkpoint, and then the tent popped out, and all of the specials, and it was like, okay, now Rice is at the goal. Now they've won.
You know what's so funny about that final push? As I was watching it, they were still at that first checkpoint while 2 players from Rule of 4 Square are just going up so far forward. I was like, they're moving a bit fast for that, but I guess it's okay to see it, especially because we saw one, I think it was a Splat Roller goes down very quickly after that initial push from those 2 players there. So I was like, that might not be a good thing. And then next thing you know, we see Rice come in, picks up the Rainmaker, and just absolutely runs away with it, taking it all the way down. That checkpoint going down immediately. It was like, you have no time to breathe here. And already we're at our third game. They just want to get this set over with.
God, yeah, they are going absolutely ham on Clown Ensemble. We can see that Clown Ensemble is bringing the same comp from last time, as well as Rule of 4 Squared, so no comp changes to talk about here. But this is going to be a very interesting match because it is Clam Blitz on Crab Leg Capital, and we are going to be seeing a brush there, so I am expecting to see some brush cheese. Rice already has a crab tank, and they have popped it, and they are trying to get anything off of Clown Ensemble, and they are dropping before they go down or before they jump out. My apologies. And we can see now the Splat Doolies just absolutely putting in the work here, but not for long, as Rule of 4 Square does end up getting a power clamp.
A good holding here on mid. Rule of 4 Square able to slowly bring it back under their control, and looking trying to get their own push. Westy going on the far right hand side over, going to try and make a surprise push here for that power clamp into the clam basket, but no, unfortunately it goes down immediately, and now it's still a bit of a neutral game. Kronos with the Tenebra deep on enemy territory, jumping out to safety before they could get picked off, and now Rule of 4 Square is sitting under their own clam basket. Clown Ensemble having a bit of clams on their side, could maybe try and flip this switch here and get a push going on their side. Booyah Bomb and Super Chunks coming out, but the bubbler is deployed by Rule of 4 Squared as they're going to try and slow down Clown Ensemble as best they can.
And with 2 down going off of Clown Ensemble, they are pushed all the way back to their basket yet again. Rule of 4 Squared has the clam economy in their grasp now with a solid run into that basket. They dunked that power clam in there, and they still have clams funneling in there. But unfortunately, with that main member of their team going down, it seems like Clown Ensemble has stopped the push in its tracks. 2 down going from Rule of 4 Squared. The pencil really trying to put in the work there, but Kronos with that double kill really just takes him out.
A good holding here from Rule of 4 Squared. An initial punch to try and get a few points on the board here. We see the roller coming in to try and maybe get away with it once again here, but no, they're immediately punished, and Rule of 4 Squared are forced to back up a little bit, not being able to convert that initial push here as Clown Ensemble holds their ground. Y'all have specials online. Zipcaster is going to be looking at the right here. Zyler trying to see exactly what they should do. Zipcast, but we like Rice going in with the crab tank. I'm the last player standing from Rule of 4 Squared, turning into a wipeout. That is not a good sign for Rule of 4 Squared, as Clown Ensemble is going to go in running, especially with the Zipcaster on the line. But unfortunately, you missed the power clamp. That's not what you want to see.
Oh my God, they whiffed it! Oh no! You hate to see it! It was the perfect push, and then they just whiffed that power clam throw because of the pressure of Kronos. Oh my God. Kronos now is going to be popping the Trizuka, like you said, deep in enemy territory there. They do end up getting a trade. The sodas are going to be going out as the rest of Westy's teammates spawn directly next to that cooler, which means that most of the team is fueled with those beloved sodas. The Booyah Bomb is going to be going out now. It's just a bloodbath in mid as these 2 teams try and hold it together.
Man, oh man, the aggressive Rule of 4 Squared, they're just not letting anything go. They're keeping Clown Ensemble pretty much staggered and chaotic and just spread out the majority of this game. And with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, this is turning to be a losing game for them. Clown Ensemble has to have a really solid regroup here if they want to try and recover the game. But in the meantime, Rule of 4 Squared is able to just open up the clan basket once again, get a few extra points before backing up here. 2 titles down from Rule of 4 Squared. It means that Clown Ensemble is able to try and push them out here to potentially retake mid here, but no. 2 goes down in the process. Rule of 4 Squared holds dominant over mid.
That one nerd with that splat roller is doing the absolute damage here. Getting 3 picks in a short amount of time with the direct smacks from the roller is huge. And now Rice has control of a power clam. 3 down on Clown Ensemble. And now we're going to start building power clams like nobody's business. Throwing in one, throwing in the other. They're already down to 37 points, and the clams are going to be funneling in. It is the last minute of this match to go down on Rule of 4 Squared, but the basket's already down to 28 points, and the clams keep coming with Rice and Westy jumping into that ramp. Unfortunately, they need to back out because they did go 3 down in that moment, but now Clown Ensemble has control of a pity clam, and they need to get it, like, they need to put 4 clams in this basket in order to win. Like 4 power clams.
Yeah, things are not looking good for them. 2 players down, 10 seconds remaining. That power clam unfortunately is dropped here, but because there is the petty clam on under their clam basket back at base, we will see an overtime here, but that means they have 30 seconds to try and take that clam all the way to the other side of the map here. But in Gruel Foursquare, they're going to try and make sure that cannot happen. Playing so far forward here to just keep them out of the tempo, out of the ability to be able to push forward here. Slowly going down one by one here. Cloud Ensemble was able to regain some time here, but no, Rule of Foursquare just holds too strong, too dominant here with only like 5 seconds remaining. It is now virtually impossible to get that power clam to the basket. And we yet again see another 3-0 in favor of Rule of Four Squared.
3-0 solid sweep from Rule of Four Squared. Clown Ensemble, they had it good going for them in the first match. They were doing well, and then they got slammed, unfortunately, by Rule of Four Squared. The second match, Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track with the sub-minute 100-0, just absolute nuts push that Rule of Four Squared put forward to them. Just absolutely, I feel, threw them off their groove. Because Cloud Ensemble did not do as well in the first match, or in that third match, as they had done in that first match. I would honestly be shaken too if some team pulled that on me.
No, oh yeah, no, absolutely. Cloud Ensemble, the first game, there was a lot of good moments on them, but after that, genuinely upsetting defeat there on their side. I do believe there's some critics who believe that Cloud Ensemble just couldn't recover themselves or put themselves together fast enough, considering how fast that both these two teams running up for that next game and just took off running. And Rule of Four Square just absolutely ran away with this set. They were really hard to try and fight back, and man, oh man, that was, I think that was a very fast set just across the board. Like, Rule of Four Square just absolutely just cleaned up with them.
Honestly, like, fastest set that I've commentated in probably like week, to be honest with you. They were like, okay, we want this set over with and done, and then boom, 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 set's over. Sorry guys.
It is the name of the game, unfortunately, to some. Sometimes you have that those quick sets that you really can't just do much of other than just move on forward. And there still is a few more rounds to go to, so Cloud Ensemble isn't out of it just yet. They still have 2 more chances to try and make up for that. So with that being said and done, we will be waiting for our next round in the meantime. So don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be hitting you with another break as we get our 3rd round ready, all right, in just a moment. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. That was in between. My name is SPF Dark. I'm here with Cardi, and we're here with our next match for the day. We're gonna be seeing Jelly Squids versus Tidings here.
I am so sorry. I have no clue what happened to my camera. She just kind of broke. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, Tidings versus Jelly Squids here. I'm really gravitating towards that last guy's name, Trafalgar Demolition Law.
There's something I love about the community. There's some things I hate about the community. The same thing I love about the community is the same thing I also hate about the community. Names are. Why do you have that as your name here? This things need to be said in a relatively easy way so we can refer to you in a relatively quick manner here. I'm just calling you Demo Law for the remainder of this set here, but no. Splash Zone's Robo Robin is gonna be our first map mode of this set here.
Flat Zone's Robo Ramen, how I love you. So I am excited to see Zone's cheese out the wazoo here because it is just, man, I love Zone's cheese. Local guy who specifically solely plays the Nautilus.
And man, oh man, we're seeing this first game getting taken off. I'm very much eyeing Demo Law with the custom range blaster here, and I'm also very much eyeing the Luna blaster over here from Jelly Squid's side here. And so it's very interesting to see here blasters being thrown out left and right. His first pick does go in favor of the blaster here from Demo Law, getting one, getting two, potentially getting a third. Blaster Gaming right out the gate as they get the first hold and already getting this momentum swing in their favor.
Absolutely. They are just going absolutely ham on that elbow. This is a map where you can lock out if you know how to do it right. And with that Kraken coming out, Jelly Squids still are going after the rest of the members of Tidings. Seems like they do have that hold on the zone in just a death grip.
Yeah, the lockout here can be absolutely brutal if you're playing your cards right, but fortunately for Tidings, they were able to break through this hold here and giving a heavy amount of penalty points to Jelly Squids here as they break through and now trying to go for their own momentum swift, using their specials to try and push back Jelly Squids as best they can, but no, an unfortunate flank here on this side means that Tidings loses a bit of pressure here, but a good save from them is able to maintain control here at mid as 3 goes down for Jelly Squids.
Yeah, they did a very good job of knocking Jelly Squids out of that area, and now it is Tidings' turn to be in that elbow, in that lockout position if they can. They are keeping a good hold of the zone here, but they do unfortunately end up going 2 down as Jelly Squids is going to be taking control of the zone. The Kraken is going to be coming out looking for any picks that it possibly can, just going absolutely ham on Tidings' area, and they get 1 pick with the Kraken. That splat bomb not really finding any sort of picks afterwards, but 2 down on Tidings as Jelly Squids again in that elbow, in that lockout position. They are moving through those penalty points and quick.
With penalty points almost as good as gone at this point, Jelly Squids are wanting to try to hold it out as long as they can. Killer Well to try and slow down Tidings here, but the Crab Take and the Ink Strike coming in to hopefully scout them enough so they can retake zone, and a good zone retake they do, but unfortunately lose 2 in the process. They do manage to give penalty points back to Jelly Squids though, so they bought themselves a little bit of extra time, but at what cost? They're unable to try and push through here just yet, but we see another 2 players going down for Jelly Squids. Tidings has the opportunity here to maybe try and flip the fight and maybe for once get another zone hold in mid here.
Yeah, and with the zone being flipped once again, it's just an absolute bloodbath in mid as we are watching here. The zone is getting flipped rapidly back and forth and back and forth. Tidings has the specials underneath their control. They just need to get a couple of picks so they can get that zone painted. The zone is still not painted yet. They really need to get it going before they go up into that elbow to try and lock out the rest of Jelly Squids. With the tri-strikes in their possession now, it looks like they are trying to go through the rest of their penalty points, but Jelly Squids is still in the lead here. 42 on Tidings to the 27 on Jelly Squids. And we can see now Jelly Squids is going to be popping the crack and going into mid and painting it, giving them another cap.
A lot of back and forth this game. Tidings were looking good there to try and set themselves up for a potential lead swap, but unfortunately for them, Jelly Squids are able to hold on and fight it back and force Tidings to go out. Jelly Squids now holding on to the zone here, potentially breaking through the penalty points here, just slowly winding their lead. Tryzuka coming out here to try and get a pick here, but no, all it does at best is just slow Tidings down now as we enter the final minute of the game. Haptic is being used by Tidings. They do have Calculator online, and 1-for-1 trade from both sides mean that things could swing either way, but Jelly Squids now going with the penalty points. They only have 17 ticks remaining on the zone. They need to move here and now if they want to try and stay alive for this game a little bit longer. The Inkling, unfortunately, does not get the zone. That is an unfortunate miss by Tidings, and Jelly Squids doing everything they can to stay alive a little bit longer. They just need to go through 3 more ticks and they can take the game. The Tidings holding on for a little bit longer. They all out Bravo wipeout as Tidings are still alive in the game.
Tidings, excellent job flipping that zone at the last possible second, giving Jelly Squids a 46 tick penalty in the last 30 seconds of this match, but they need to hold that elbow. They need to keep Jelly Squids out of mid, and with the unfortunate passing of 2 of their members, Jelly Squids is looking like they are going to be taking that zone maybe soon because the paint is just flying everywhere, and they managed to get it underneath their control. Less than 10 seconds remaining on the clock. It is not looking good for Tidings as we are going into those single digits.
Yeah, Tidings has to take control here if they want to go to overtime, and in the nick of time, they take control of the zone as we are now in overtime. Tidings with a heavy amount of penalty points. They have to hold on and play extraordinarily well if they want to win right with this game with 2 players down from Tidings. Jelly Squids moving in quickly here to try and end this game here and now. Pillow will being used to scatter Tidings, and just like that, they take the zone and take the game.
Very unfortunate there. Tidings took that zone a little bit too late because they still had a hefty amount of penalty points and the rest of their points to work through in order to take that from Jelly Squids. But both of these two teams are very evenly matched here on this very first game. Just the constant zone flipping that we saw in the beginning there, enough to prove that statement. We are immediately going to be going into tower control on Undertow Spillway, which is definitely a map and a mode that exists within the competitive sphere of the Splatoon 3. Hello everybody, my camera is back. I do want to talk about Undertow Spillway tower control just for a little bit here because I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. The first checkpoint on tower control on Undertow Spillway is basically like your consolation checkpoint. Like, you're probably going to get it no matter what. And there's such a huge distance in between the first checkpoint and the second checkpoint. I feel like they could have just like moved it back a little bit, to be honest with you, because it's like a second checkpoint, third checkpoint, and then boom, the game is over. So yeah, it's definitely a snowball of a map.
Yeah, no, like, I agree with a lot of that there. The first checkpoint, it's going to go down inevitably at any rate with just how early it is. I think we talked about this last time, but I'm pretty sure that the first checkpoint is within the first 90 points of the pass. So in genuine, all things speaking, it should not even be on the map if it's that early, but it's there. It is one of the most designed maps that Nintendo's put out so far. And but no, that's not. I think a lot of the entertaining part of this map really stems from the second checkpoint and how people want to hold it, because you could really do a lot of cool things of how you want to play around the second checkpoint. Make sure you have specials or going around with a little bit of flank, but once it gets past that second checkpoint and you're on the path heading from that second checkpoint to the third checkpoint and actually sitting at the third checkpoint, that's the thing kind of starts snowballing. Once again, things would start actually starting to spiral out of control there. So really holding on to that second checkpoint is probably going to be the biggest priority to a lot of teams here.
Absolutely, and I believe from that second checkpoint you do have an easier access point onto the opposing team's spawn. I'm specifically thinking of the U-bend grate that sits right above second checkpoint, but it's like ship-shaped cargo co. You need to control that specific area to keep the rest of the potential sharks and people that want to come in out of the area. We are seeing now a Luna Blaster coming out from the side of Tidings here as Jelly Squids Is that a forge?
Yeah, I was wondering when you would notice the Forge Pro.
Forge Pro on my Undertow Spillway Tower control game? What the heck are they planning to do here? 2 down going on Tidings as Jelly Squids takes the tower, moving it towards that first consolation checkpoint. Tidings does end up, unfortunately, not getting that checkpoint wrested from Jelly Squid's grasp. But with a couple going down on the side of Tidings and Jelly Squids alike, it is an absolute bloodbath in mid as we are reaching for that second checkpoint.
Unfortunately for Jelly Squids, though, Tidings is able to hold on strong here and actually repelled that push once again. Now trying to get that first constellation checkpoint here, as we mentioned earlier, to see if they can actually get some of it to swing on their side. But Jelly Squids meets them back in mid here, getting another 1-for-1 trade, a 1-for-1 pick here. It is constant back and forth and leading into a wipeout. That is huge for Jelly Squids. They're going to be speeding that tower to that second checkpoint, potentially trying to use whatever they have at the ready to try and break through that second checkpoint. Booyah bomb being thrown out here. Not enough players are at the ready for Tidings, meaning that they're going to take through that second checkpoint without any issues.
And here comes the part of the checkpoint that I was talking about. Very hard to defend as 3 go down on Jelly Squid. Tidings pushing them all the way back into mid as they take control of that tower. Looking for picks now. The Tri-Strikes are going to be coming out very soon on that bucket, as well as the Luna Neo has their special up and ready to be popped at any second. The Stamp now coming out, looking for any sort of picks that it possibly can. Unfortunately missing one before it ends up going down. Jelly Squids 2 down now. Tidings is on their first checkpoint. They have passed it already. They are heading for that second check, and now comes the hard part. They need to keep a grip on that tower in order to surpass Jelly Squids.
Yeah, things are starting to look good here. They have a decent amount of momentum swinging on their side, going down immediately. The range master does from Jelly Squid Skies, but 2 going down for Tidings, means that Jelly Squid has the opportunity here to try and retake the tower and retake momentum back into their own side. But Hammer online being used to try and clear the tower area around the tower. Inkling at the ready, being able to be popped at any moment given time to scatter Jelly Squids when need be. Bubbler is popped here from Jelly Squids along with the Booyah Bomb, but the Tri-Strikes does come out to keep their control, keep the area painted well enough so they keep this tower from resetting all the way back to mid here. And Tidings is doing a very well job keeping that tower in place, not letting it go all the way back as Jelly Squids down once again. Another player before going down with another player for a 1-for-1 trade, just back and forth fighting between these two teams.
Absolutely, and we see that jump out as NATO ends up being on the tower now, riding it towards that neutral position. Rain over here on the bucket, deep into enemy territory before they jump out. And I do want to point out that Rain was the main guy to watch on that last push from Tidings, because it was just basically unkillable bucket time for them. We see the Crab and the Kraken being popped by both of the teams now, and they are going to be trying their best to get any sort of more points that they can, because the lead is close. Too close for comfort, dare I say, as that blaster ends up going down. Rain on the bucket, just showing how quickly and easily maneuverable that bucket can be. We're going to see those Tri-Strikes coming out in maybe just a few moments, but 3 down on Tidings as Jelly Squids takes control of the tower, and they're going to be moving it towards that third checkpoint. They need to get more points in this thing because, like I said before, they are dangerously close to losing that lead.
Yeah, 6-point differential can absolutely be flipped at any point, especially since this is not a checkpoint between these 2 points here. It's gonna be vital. It's just that Jelly Squids can push it as far as they can, but the Bubbler on the tower means that they can get away with the free. That third checkpoint getting past. Kraken being popped to secure the checkpoint path as the final minute is going down. 3 players going down from Jelly Squids. Means that Tidings is managed to recover and stay alive a little bit longer, but with the damage being done, a 30-point differential on top of the checkpoint having to be taken here, things are not looking good for them. But with that initial pick here, as they get their own push going, this could be the momentum swing they need to get things going.
The sodas are out, and the rest of Jelly Squids did go 3 down on that moment. The Crab is being popped right now as we are moving towards that third checkpoint. Tidings has to have it in the bag. The Stamp is coming out, and unfortunately 3 down on Tidings, 2 down on Jelly Squids. And with the tower just slowly moving towards that third checkpoint, less than 10 seconds remain on the clock. Tidings doing their best to get on there, but they need to have the rest of their team alive first.
Oh, it's gonna be a scramble, unfortunately. The little blaster. Oh my god, that's unfortunately was not able to contest that in an overtime scenario, meaning Tidings loses that game and loses a set as Jelly Squids unfortunately wins it there.
Yeah, very unfortunate game for Tidings there. They had it under control, and then unfortunately they all died, and that was the start of the stagger there at the very end. We are going to be moving on to Clam Blitz Museum de Alfonsino, which I am definitely expecting to see that Luna Neo come back there specifically for the stamp cheese capabilities, and because I feel like Museum de Alfonsino is a good map for ledge play, and Lunas are like high key, like really good at ledge play.
Yeah, no, Museum of Alfonsino is a very interesting map. I feel like it's a map that you can run a lot of different weapons with, simply because of just its kind of flexibility to be able to be used and played around in a lot of different ways. But I do agree with the fact that Blasters, and maybe more specifically here for both of these two teams, Luna Blaster might be a bit of a key here, simply because you have that ledge you can play around, and with how Clam Blitz is kind of structured, in my opinion, the angles that you can hit as a blaster lean a little bit more in favor to something that has something with Luna Blaster or even S-Blast with the short range mode here. So it could definitely just be an utter menace if you know how to actually properly position yourself and how to play around their ledges to actually abuse those ledges.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to point out, like you said, Luna is a good choice here, but I also want to remind everyone that we did get a stamp buff recently. So I'm feeling like the stamp is going to be a little bit heavier hitting than it might usually be on Museum de Alfonsino, because I feel like the stamp isn't as good of a special on Museum de Alfonsino on, say, any maps that are like more wide open, specifically because the spinners are in the way. I feel like the spinners are, again, the spinners are key here. The spinners are like, you want to get the spinners, you want to make the funny jump, you just want to like dump it into the basket if you can, and I feel like the spinners just get in the way of like a lot of the stamp play that you could possibly do on a Luna Neo.
Yeah, no, the spinners, having control of these spinners is definitely probably the most vital part on this map mode. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams will be playing around that with that in mind here, and see exactly if they're going to be bringing out the same weapons. We do see the Luna Blaster Neo coming back once again, and I do believe that is not a lot of changes on either side, except memory's at a loss right now.
That is a brush on the side of Jelly Squids there. Not only a brush, that is a brush with Ninja Squid. So that brush is going to be absolutely volatile if it can sneak up on the rest of Tidings. And as we can see here, the early clam economy is showing that these two teams are very evenly matched. We can see one trying to jump over that spinner, like I said, not really able to do much though, but 3 down on Jelly Squids, and it is now Tidings' turn. They have a clam in their possession, but they need to have more clams than that in order to get a meaningful push going. Lumi on the head is waiting for that spinner to go over so they can possibly jump onto that middle section there, but they are being pushed back by the chip damage bombs that everything on Jelly Squids has to offer. We see the crab now being popped on the spinner right where it should be. Jelly Squids is going to be going 2 down now. It's a wipeout! This is Tidings' chance to go in!
Yeah, disaster strikes for Jelly Squids, going down to a wipeout, and Tidings knowing the opportunity when they see it, and they absolutely go in running to get as many points as they can. But Palma with the Luna Blaster, unfortunately can't actually use their hammer at all, only getting a 1-for-1 trade as your consolation prize as Jelly Squid retakes their spinner and retakes mid.
Jelly Squids now has 14 clams as opposed to Tidings solid 6. Going down 1, NATO in the Brush Paradise here unfortunately ends up going down, but it doesn't matter because Jelly Squids already has the clam in the basket broken, but they need to get a really good number of clams that they do not have in their possession in order to get that lead. We can see here that Kraken is going to be going in now. They have a power clam built. They just need to get it over there. And with the basket closing, it's not looking good for them as Muddy in control of a clam that they no longer have any use for at the moment. With Tidings now going to be in control of their spinner, of mid mostly, and they are going to start painting for those specials and hopefully for some clams.
Oh, absolutely. Both these two teams are playing a very careful game here in mid, but 3 going down from Jelly Squids. Tidings has opportunity here to extend their lead even further. And with another wipeout, they go in with one power clam. Can they get the power clam going? No, they unfortunately go 3 down on their end. Only a few additional points can be scored here. And with this push, Cody trying to recover it, going in for the funny jump, but no, unfortunately fails it.
Unfortunately, that brush did absolute numbers on Tidings. 2 of Tidings' team now going down. Jelly Squids at 15 clams in the clam economy, going 2 down now, but they need more clams than that in order to be able to grab the lead from Tidings.
Oh no!
Again! And now Tidings has the chance. They're going to build a power clam. They're going to be going forward. They need to not make the same mistake, but unfortunately they go down to a splat bomb. The Luna Blaster sharking near that box, near the funny jump. They're trying to get picks off of the rest of the team of Jelly Squids, but Jelly Squids is waiting for them, and they all have respawned, and now the specials need to come out now. It's a crab battle in mid, and Cody wins it with a nuts play on the spinner, and unfortunately, it seems like Jelly Squids might be staggering a little bit here.
Yeah, things are not looking good for them at this point. The lead got extended just a little bit larger, taking a 26-point differential, and now means that Tidings has a lot of cards in the hand to play however aggressively or however defensively they want to just keep tempo control in their majority here. Jelly Squids now trying to see if they can convert anything. 3 going down. That's a good start to a potential push here. Killer will use to strike down the last player as all of their hearts just go in running to see if they can get the power clam into the basket, but no, Tidings comes in and wipes them out, even though they did the power clam into the clam basket. That is an unfortunate wipeout again for Jelly Squids, and with 45 seconds remaining, that is not a good sign here.
Not even that, but because Jelly Squids had opened Tidings' clam basket, that gives them a free power clam. They have the pity clam to play with now. 12 clams on their side, not including that pity. Less than 30 seconds left on this match. They just need to hold it for as long as they can. They can't get too overconfident with this because Jelly Squids has their specials almost all up. They don't have a power clam built just yet, but it seems like they are preparing to do so. But they need to build one before that timer ticks over. They have one in their possession now. Less than 10 seconds remaining on the clock. We are probably going to be going into an overtime play right now.
In this scenario, overtime is not a good thing for Jelly Squids. A lot of odds are stacked against you. You have 30 seconds to try and get this power clam to the clam basket here. And with Tidings spread out nature here, they can absolutely try and solve it out, but 2 picks going out for them besides means that they can absolutely go in. But we see a potential flank to go in and open up the power clam basket behind their backs, but no, and jump into their last standing to try and get the power clam basket in. And they do get the basket, but at the cost of a wipeout. That is not what you want to see at the last moment. It's Tidings just not. I'm that lost for what I just saw there.
Oh my god. Jelly Squids had it in the bag at the very last second there, but that wipeout just Tidings victory in that match. What an incredible clam blitz match from these two teams here. Tidings giving us our first non-sweep of the stream here.
Oh man, things are looking good for Jelly Squids at the very final push to potentially get an overtime victory. And let me tell you, that overtime timer was so close to running out. If they genuinely waited a few more frames there, or if the player that was flanking behind him to open up the clam basket while they're so far ahead to get a sneaky behind the back victory at the last second there, if they took a little bit longer to actually get that pick there, they would have lost that game, and they would have had that opportunity to even take it overtime. I mean, they still lost the game, but you know the scenario I'm trying to paint.
Yeah.
It was down to the wire at the very end there.
No, it really was down to the wire at the very end there. Jelly Squids just, with the unfortunate last-second wipeout, really wasn't able to do much against Tidings. And it felt like they were on the back foot most of the match because they just kept getting wiped out time and time again by Tidings. While Tidings did have like a little bit less of a lead that you want to see in a Clan Blitz match like this, they were really able to just like knock out Jelly Squids time and time again when they had like a power clam, when they had like a good play being active. And I honestly am like kind of curious to see how they did that because they just, it seems like they like pulled their britches up and they were like, all right, it's time now. This is our match. This is our mode. If we can't like quote unquote like win this set, then we're going to have like at least a point.
Yeah, and that they did. Tidings going to take it away with a 2-1 scenario against Jelly Squid. It's not ideal, but it's also not the worst case that it could have turned out for. So hopefully that one game could be the difference maker here as we head into round number 4. Not going on a break this time, as we are actually right on schedule to see exactly what we'll be seeing next here. And so for our next matchup, we're going to be seeing flower emoji versus yellow jackets.
Flower. We are looking at Oreo, Grill, Siege, and Rice versus Yellow Jackets, Dio, Ollie, General Storm, Sig Dakari, who I have commentated with before, a fellow commentator of mine, and a Kami on Yellow Jackets here. Now, we are going to take a look at map modes soon-ish, hopefully. There they go. Flat Zones, Mako Mart, Rainmaker, Manta, Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime, all 3 very classic map mode for like competitive play. Maybe Rainmaker Manta is the bit of the odd one out here because I don't feel like I see it as much as I used to, but still.
It gets played a bit. It's definitely on the lower end of popularity for map modes here, but it gets played a bit. But as we're waiting here, Cardi, I want to ask you a very important question here. Flower emoji. We gotta decide which flower we're calling it.
I think I'm just gonna like call it flower because it's like, actually, funnily enough, it's like a flower and Yellow Jackets. Like, that's basically a bee. We've got like the pollination match going on.
I mean, it is a canonical matchup here, so it's very honest exactly what if it's. See, if it is a canonical matchup in that sense, you know, who truly wins against in that scenario? Does the flower win because it gets the pollination, or does the yellow jacket win because it gets whatever it gets from the flower? I don't know. Fun names.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to call it flower, to be honest with you, because like flower is easier than saying like, oh, flower emoji. Like, oh, like Yellow Jackets, I can say that quickly, but I can't say like flower emoji quickly because I think it'll just like mess up my groove.
I get that, but I think I was asking more, in fact, like which kind of flower. What are we calling it? A dandelion? Do we want to call it like tulip or daisy? Or is that what we're making it now?
I don't know. On my screen, that looks like daisy enough. It's like close enough to what I feel a daisy looks like.
I don't know what flowers look like. I'm here to try and spice to be entertaining. You know what? We're from here henceforth onward. It is going to be called a daisy by our standards, as if we have any authority over team names or whatever.
I mean, like, it's a flower emoji. I think it's just like, you know, your run-of-the-mill, like, normal flower. And like when I think of like normal run-of-the-mill flowers, the first thing that pops into my mind is like, oh, it's like a daisy or like a wildflower.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
You know, I'll take it. I generally would. I'm not. I don't know flowers like that. You could have told me that could have been like a succulent or whatever, and I would have believed you because I don't know flowers like that. I don't take the time to actually like look into them enough now. But we're still waiting. we're still waiting to see exactly what's going to be coming up from us next. I mean, these two teams, I'm the only one I'm familiar with on the player basis is, as you mentioned before, Ensamble, because I have commentated with them in the past as well, and they're being in my one of my friends' circles as well. So there's some semblance there, but even then, I don't know what weapons they play, and I don't know what most of the other teams are going to be playing here. And considering our first map mode is going to be Zones of Mako Mario, I want your opinion, Carney, as to what weapons you would like to see here.
I think that Mako Mart is like the ideal environment for sharking carbons to deal massive damage. Not only because there's so much clutter in Mako Mart, but just because that the ledges are so small. They're so short. Like, I've seen so many roller kills on this map just from the vertical flicks alone. But flat zones on Mako Mart, I feel... If you guys know how Inkblot Art Academy plays, like you need to gain control of both of the stacks, turn that up to like 100, because Mako Mart is all about stack control. He who controls the stacks controls both sides of the zone, which means that they have an easier time painting the zone just in case someone comes from like an from like freezer or doing around like a stack thing and like sharking and accidentally getting the zone, because like it's one of the highest grounds like in Mako Mart like that you can actually access, so it's easy to like move around and it's easy to see things that you probably wouldn't be able to see while you're on like the ground level, because like I said, lots of clutter.
Yeah, it is very much there's the thing I like to say about this map mode, or this map specifically, is that there's just a lot of like weird terrain. It's very similar to the fashion of Hellback Pump Check, where like if you play stuff like rollers, buckets, launchers, blasters, you're really gonna like a lot of what you can do here, because there's the ledges, there's the corners, there's the high ground, low ground. You could be a very annoying minutes with those weapons here, and you mentioned the rollers here, and I wouldn't, seeing a roller here wouldn't surprise me, seeing a blaster here wouldn't surprise me, seeing a bucket of any kind wouldn't surprise me, because those kinds of weapons like this kind of terrain. And the thing about it too is the fact that even though those kinds of weapons specifically like this map mode a lot, the map is designed in a way where like you could still run like a good majority of the other weapons and still started being really good for you too. You don't have to actually like lock in those specific weapons. It's like you're not at a necessary disadvantage if you don't have those weapons on your side.
Yeah, and I feel like Mako Mart specifically is like more tailored towards like the AoE specials. I feel like Tri-Strikes are really good on this map. I feel like Booyah Bomb is also like pretty darn good on this map, because you can just kind of like, the map is so small that you can just kind of like chuck a Booyah Bomb somewhere and you're almost like guaranteed to hit someone no matter what, because it's like this big and your Booyah Bomb is like that big compared to the rest of the map. It takes up like a very decent amount of the map space that is available to you. But again, the clutter in the way really honestly, I feel prevents a lot of like, you have to like think creatively. You have to make sure that you're like your arc shots hit. If you're doing like Trizuka, you got to make sure that you're getting around like the different boxes and shelves and things around this, because it's a very cramped map.
Yeah, no, cramped is definitely a way I would describe it here. Oh. That is a bamboozler. One of the last weapons I would have expected here coming out, as I got word from the voices in my head and the production side of things that the flower emoji team would actually like to be called a dandelion. And so that is the official phrasing we're going to be calling here as dandelion out of the gate. Goes unfortunately 2's down. Yellow Jackets immediately going on the aggression. It gets control of the zone. It gets those impactful picks here.
Yeah, but in that moment, Yellow Jackets did end up going 3 down. Dandelion needs to go forward with the rest of their specials, with their team, in order to get this zone out of the grasp of the Yellow Jackets here. Siktakari on the crab headed, the credit, if you will, doing some real good chip damage on the rest of Dandelion. We are almost down to 50 points remaining before Yellow Jackets takes this first game. And we can see now Kami there on the, Oh my god, the Tetras on the Tetra dualies is doing absolute damage here. There are so many dualies in the game that I get them confused sometimes. But Dandelion does end up taking the zone 1 minute into the match. Now they are going to be in control of their stacks. They need to be able to just get the rest of Yellow Jackets out of their face, and it does not look good for the rest of Dandelion because that stamp is going to be going into the zone. 3 down on Dandelion, and that means Yellow Jackets takes control of the zone.
Yeah, a good holding from Yellow Jackets here. They're able to retake the zone even though there's a good amount of penalty points on their side. Yellow Jackets are not going to let that sway them much as Dandelion are struggling to keep up with the tempo here. 2 players down, players being come down constantly here as they're just getting picked off one by one. Yellow Jackets not letting up their relentlessness here as they go in on the deep end, but it may come to bite them in the back of the butts here as they're unfortunately down 3 players. Dandelions are wanting to move in fast to try and take the zone so they are not running away with extra points here, but Yellow Jackets are holding the ground strong here as they're holding back at mid once again.
Absolutely. Dandelion does end up going 2 down in that moment. Yellow Jackets taking control of the zone once again. We are already down to the single digits. 3 minutes left in the match. Dandelion has to move now, but there's nobody left in mid for them to be able to do it. They're trying, but they're 2 down, and their paint output is not enough for the rest of the team to follow up. And with that, Yellow Jackets is going to be taking that first game. The paint output from Yellow Jackets was just too overpowering for Dandelion to possibly be anywhere close to it.
Yellow Jacket was just playing so aggressively there, so much on the forward end of things that they were just keeping Dandelion out for most of that game, not letting them any breathing room, not giving them any time to actually regroup, try and get specials online again, or get any kind of momentum going. Dandelion were just unfortunately not able to get much of anything going on their side. And yeah, they did manage to get a chunk of points once they do manage to get control on mid and on the zone here, but Yellow Jackets just responded back and just kept it down for the remainder of the back once they retook mid.
And as we're going to be moving on to Rainmaker Manta Maria, I hope you guys like checkpoint hell, because Rainmaker Manta Maria is checkpoint hell like no other. It is practically impossible to get a knockout on this map if you don't know how to play around the fact that the goal is basically in like the other team's spawn point. Like, it's just right there as the other team is like jumping down from their spawn. If you guys know how like Undertow Rainmaker works, like it's worse. It's worse. It's awful. I really don't like Manta Maria Rainmaker, but it does make some really interesting games to commentate, so I'll let it slide.
Yeah, no. The fact that the final checkpoint is like positioned literally right under where you spawn and where you head into, it makes it so that it's a very interesting game to try and get that final push for the Rainmaker to get to that final checkpoint, doing whatever it takes to actually get to that point here. As we see a few changes up here, the Bamboozler no more for it. Instead, on the other side, a double 52 weapon comp. Someone's feeling lucky, as I call those weapons the gambler's weapon for a reason.
Oh my god, double 52s on Yellow Jackets here. We've got one of the normal 52 variety and the second 52 with that screen as well. Listen, these guys are going absolutely nuts, and Dandelion takes a wipeout in the first 30 seconds of the map. Sugdakari jumping onto the checkpoint, just immediately being right there, and they're going to pop the Rainmaker right now. And now comes the hard part. They need to get through Dandelion spawn in order to get that Rainmaker moving. They are schmoving with it. Dio has the Rainmaker in their grasp, but they are stuck by the Gluga Dualies on Dandelion. Yellow Jackets going 2 down now, but Sugdakari on the credit, just doing the absolute work here, getting the rest of their team able to jump back in. They're going into the goal, doing a funny jump, and unfortunately they are unable to get it all the way there.
Unfortunately for them, they're not able to get that final checkpoint, but fortunately for Dandelion, they are alive for a little bit longer, but the damage has been done. 12 points remaining from Yellow Jacket's side. Dandelion has to be the one to be able to try and recontest that lead once again on their side, but with 3 players down from Dandelion and a wipeout, they're not even having an opportunity to, as Yellow Jackets takes the Rainmaker and immediately dunks it.
They dunked it all. Oh my god. See, that's the thing about Manta Maria Rainmaker. I said it's hard to get a knockout on this map most of the time, but Yellow Jackets made that look like child's play. They had just taken the Rainmaker, made the funny jump, and now they're at the checkpoint, and then it was like, boom, they were down, but Sigdakari was still alive, providing the jumps that the anchor is supposed to provide on a team comp like that. We are going to be moving on to Barnacle and Dime Clamblitz after that explosive Manta Maria Rainmaker match.
Yeah, I mean, you're Dandelion. You're just having a hard time against Yellow Jackets, who, with how they play, it's like they know exactly how Dandelion wants to try and play around. They're just keeping Dandelion out for a lot of the game, getting those picks, getting those just constant, staggering one-for-one trades even. It just keeps the momentum going, not letting any breather. Yellow Jackets almost overwhelming Dandelion at this point with how these past 2 games are going here. But heading into this final game, in this final set, before we head into the bracket series, actually, Dandelion, they are a lot is on the line for the last game for their points. They want to make sure they can get whatever they can before the final. This set is finally called for. So this next win is going to be crucial for them.
Yeah, and everybody knows Barnacle and Dime. Like, come on, that's like the competitive map mode of like the current Splatoon 3 like tournament meta. Like, you can't go a tournament without seeing Barnacle and Dime Clamblitz, and for good reason. It's a very, very excellent map in my personal opinion. Again, I am continuing the streak of my favorite maps being the ones that I roll off of most as a V-Dualies player. I sincerely hope that I am never on stream and rolling off the map if I ever decide to pick up competitive Splatoon as a player again, because that would literally be the most embarrassing thing of my life.
You know, something I want to mention here before we head into this final game here, Ricardo. You should do SOS one day, and I'm going to leave it at that. As we get to our final match of our set here, Clamblitz, Barnacle, Dime. We're going to see exactly if there's going to be any major changes up from either of these 2 teams. I see a Dreadringer that's new here, and we do see a swap it for one of the 52s here from the other side of the map.
Yeah, and Yellow Jackets is going to be pushing a little bit slower into mid than I feel like they normally would have, but those Glugas going down, the Carbon going down, everybody is down on Dandelion. That Dreadringer making the final stand, getting down one of the members of Yellow Jackets. The Dreadringer finally does end up going down, but the damage is done because Yellow Jackets has 10 clams. They are almost ready for a power clam to be built now, and they are basically on top of Dandelion already, but they end up going 3 down in the moment now. Polari on the Glugas just putting in the effort to keep the rest of the members of Yellow Jackets out of there. The Booyah Pop is going to be going out. Unfortunately, finding a wall there as the Glugas end up just pushing forward as much as they can, and they're going for it, and they don't get into the basket.
A good first push from Dandelions. They're the ones who actually are going to get the first few points on the board here and counting. But Yellow Jackets are spread out far enough that they're able to just go on and go around from the backside to try and cause some distractions. Enough distractions that Dandelion's not able to get any more additional points besides the first power clam and single clam scored here. Now the Yellow Jackets are quickly moving to take mid, push Dandelion back here. One player from Yellow Jackets does go down, but in the midst of all the chaos, they're able to take that power clam into the power clam basket and just open it up. It's going to be a hard thing to try actually get any additional clams off there. Now the lead hasn't been swapped. Yellow Jackets gives Dandelion a pity clam as they're unfortunately just stuck in mid now.
Yeah, Sigdakari had the clams on their person, but they were unable to do much about it because Dandelion was just chip damaging everyone to death, basically. Kami on those Tetras, getting a pick with the Reef Slider. Very good for them as Yellow Jackets is still in Dandelion's area, basically, because the push has not quite stopped despite the fact that they didn't get that last clam in. We see a trade now with the 52 and the Glugas, but the clams are still being thrown and still being built. Yellow Jackets is preparing for that push, the second push of the game there for them. The stamp is going to be coming out hopefully soon to help and mitigate some of the damage that Dandelion is doing to them, but they still haven't been pushed forward enough to try and throw that clam in.
Yeah, Yellow Jackets are actually having a hard time keeping on with Dandelion here, but as I say that, a wipeout on their side means that they can absolutely run away and get the power clams into the power clam basket, extend the lead even further. 30-point differential now sitting between these two teams here. Yellow Jackets unfortunately lose one player, but they do get a few extra points on their side. Dandelion trying to struggle to retake the clam basket and retake their zone here, but no, Yellow Jackets just letting this relentlessness not go so easily, keeping it just gunning in, but the clam after clam after clam before finally losing one player, but it's not enough. Danny like struggling here to finally be able to push them out of their own side of the map here and push them back to mid.
And Signakari already has another power clam built. That triple splashdown going down, not doing much on the side of Dandelion. And Dandelion is in a rough situation here because it's a bloodbath in mid. Everybody's dead. The Dreadringer. And oh my gosh, that's a wipeout for Dandelion. Now it's Yellow Jackets' chance to finish what they started. They're going in with 2 power clams and some to spare. But the rest of Dandelion has respawned, so they must start again with that push. They need to get their specials up and coordinated, and at least some of those members of Dandelion picked off in order for them to finish this match. The power clam unfortunately does end up going down here, but we are juggling it, and it's a wipeout for Yellow Jackets. This is, oh my god, this is their chance to put in those clams. Only, oh my god, was that 3 power clams?
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Just like that, power clam after power clam, and then another power clam formed right at the very end there. Means Yellow Jackets is able to just shut Dandelion down there and take a set with 3. Oh man, their domination through a good chunk of this game absolutely shows why this says a 3-0.
Oh my god. Yellow Jackets bringing the sting there against the Dandelion, going a 3-0 in that last set. What an incredible couple of matches that we have been so honored to commentate here tonight. Just Yellow Jackets really taking the cake in that last Barnacle and Dyed Clam Blitz. I believe that they had thrown 3 power clams at the very end into that basket, just shutting off Dandelion from like ever messing with their pushes ever again.
yeah. Yellow Jackets, they're kind of scaring me there towards the beginning half of that game, struggling against Dandelion as they were the ones to actually get the first few points on the board for their side. But Yellow Jackets just got their act together and was able to just absolutely lock it, to just carry out the remainder of the game like how they always been, just keeping Dandelion out of tempo, out of pace, out of positioning, and just keep punishing them over and over again until they were finally unable to withstand the pressure and just folded at the very end there. And man, oh man, these two teams, what a set it was, and what an entertaining set it has been to see.
Absolutely. It's honestly been an honor to be here for these matches because they were so entertaining for the two of us to commentate. Unfortunately, though, it has been our time. Our time is now up. We have commentated the past 4 sets for you guys, so you guys are due for another change into our Block 2 commentators. But before we switch over to that, my name is Carnival. You can find me on carnivi.bluesky.social or over on any of the tournament organizations that I currently reside in, including Under Pressure, Splatoon Tourney. Find me on IPL. If you want to see me on Craft Company, you also can go there for me as well. If you see me around in any of your tournament situations, like, say hi. I'm really not that shy. I will show you pictures of my cat.
Man, oh man, and as for me, you can find me at SPF Dark at most social media websites, or just repost random nonsense from time to time. But more often than not, and more likely than not, you will most likely hear me on a relative weekly basis, either an IPL, Splatoon 30, Down Production, CCA, Under Pressure. I am all over the map, so you will most likely hear me time and time again. But with that being said, what a good first block this was, but we're not just done yet. We have our second lap coming up here in just a moment, so we'll be going on a break as we get our new commentators in. So don't go anywhere just yet. Get your food, get your snack, use the restroom if you have to. We'll be right back after this break.
Now I'm left with water in my lungs. I am cold and I am numb in the night. Oh, the rivers of 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 the night.
Good afternoon, Splatters, and welcome to the Splatoon Advanced Circuit. Now, after a thrilling first qualifier last weekend and a banger start to today's event, we are back with you on IPL Splatoon to bring you this conclusion of qualifier number 2. My name is Sofa King, your couch surfing ride or die on the mic. And who's that over there home commentating with today?
And I'm Frostix, the #1 Spiel fan on IPL, known to humanity here. And we're now breaking out of group stage, entering into gold bracket. We're hot off the presses of, I think, seeing Yellow Jacket and Dandelion. So now we're seeing seeds 2 and 3 duke it out in match 1.2. This is Tidal Disruption and DistInkt.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good one, Frostix, and you want to know why? Because last weekend, when Tidal Disruption was in this tournament, they podiumed. They got 3rd place, so they are looking to improve upon that and do even better here, but they have a tough first-round opponent.
Definitely so here. They are against DistInkt, right? Yeah. So this is once again a best-of-3 set. We're starting this set off with Mahi Zones. This is definitely one of the more played zones maps, just because of how fight intensive this entire map can be, especially more so once that water level drops.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is one of the stranger map modes for zones. It's got some revisions over the years. I mean, it's really kind of been a factor since Splatoon 1. But here we go. We're going to see how these two teams react to it. And I'm super excited to see what Tidal Disruption is going to be bringing out. We know Anon is so good on that pencil, Frostix.
Oh, definitely so. I would not doubt out Anon with that pencil. We're also seeing on the side of Tidal Disruption, Decapitator. We're seeing that Splatter Shot as well as Custom Blaster. That'll be really interesting for insta-capping. Astro will immediately be going down. Same thing with that shot on the side of Tidal Disruption. And right now, which is an all-out bloodbath, Tidal Disruption is 2 down, which will allow DistInkt to get the first cap of this zone.
Good start for DistInkt here, but they do go 1 down. 2 down as Anon's able to get a nice pick on the shot, so they're going to be crashing in here. It is only the roller left, a long wipe in favor of Tidal Disruption.
Yeah, that's 2 down on DistInkt. That'll allow Tidal Disruption to start a hold of their own. Jono here is lying in wait, ready to pop the crack in the Zuka. Has also been popped on the side of Tidal Disruption, trying to get some chip damage on the side of DistInkt as they're trying to break in for a retake. The lead has now been swapped, and Tidal Disruption is in the lead. I think that's a stamp coming out on the side of DistInkt, but here comes the bubble and the Kraken on the side of Tidal Disruption. This will definitely prove a little bit tricky for DistInkt here. Juno's trying to go in. They don't claim any targets. The water level is dropping, though. This will definitely allow the skirmishers on both teams to play a lot more effectively. I'm thinking the shots, I'm thinking the wiper, I'm even thinking Tiger with that vanilla roller.
Oh yeah, and it's been such a presence thus far, as now DistInkt is going to get that zone flip back. They needed those penalty points, as Afro is going to come crashing in, trying to get the pencil and the blaster. Will get both traded out. It's only the shot up now for Tidal Disruption. Now, Frostix, how do you break back in on a tough lockout heavy map like Mahi?
Definitely consider having your specials ready to strike right now here. Stuff like Tri-Strike, stuff like Zuka, stuff like Kraken, things that can just displace the enemy team en masse are perfect for breaking out when you are locked out. But right now, DistInkt is looking to get that lead back from Tidal Disruption. They're in the 40 threshold here. They're moving fast. They're gonna enter the 30 threshold, 39, and there's that lead swap that DistInkt probably wanted here. And they're taking really good positions right now. This Tri-Stringer is up on the advantage on the high ground. Really good spots for a stringer to be on. Afro does have that Zuka ready to rip, and they're in the 10th range. They should be entering knockout range soon if Tidal Disruption does not do anything.
Here comes another Zuka coming out from Tidal, trying to make some noise, but no picks on either side. 3, 2, 1, and DistInkt with a powerful lockout on line for Mahi Zones is going to take game 1. Now, Frostix, this is best 2 out of 3. Your back is already up against the wall if you're the other side.
Yeah, definitely. It is now match point. If you are Tidal Disruption here, you do not want to back down now. Even if we're relatively early into the qualifiers, now is the time to stake your claim here. And now game 2 is going to be on what perhaps even more of a war zone. Welcome to Rainmaker Humpback.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you talk about a set potentially going quickly. Zones Mahi into now Rainmaker Humpback. I mean, Tidal Disruption's tournament could be over before it gets started, as DistInkt is probably looking to make it a quick one here, considering how well Tidal did last week.
Definitely so here. May cause an upset to the former podium takers. I think one thing to look out for on Humpback is definitely just how you break past that initial bottleneck, past the first checkpoint here, just because of how tightly packed in that area is.
Oh yeah, I agree. And I think that keeping the tri-stringer for DistInkt is probably going to be crucial, because getting those arcs on a map that has such verticality, man, that could be a winning play.
Definitely so here. I think it really just depends on how either, I'd say, well, how Tidal Disruption or DistInkt would play that out here. Judging off of last map's comp, I think we saw DistInkt running with a pretty interesting play of running both the V-Roller as well as Wiper. Those are weapons that can play really well within the trenches of Humpback Pump Jack. But let's just see what we have in store for game number 2, Sofa.
Oh, I am eager to see what happens here as we load in. Look at these comp changes. I knew Rafa was going to pick up that bucket. They kind of have that pocket bucket, and it's perfect for Humpback.
No, definitely so here. AoE can rule supreme here on a map like Humpback here.
Oh.
I would definitely... Whoa, 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 2 down, 2 disconnected. What's going on?
Oh boy, Humpback Pump Track. They ain't got too good Wi-Fi there at the gym. They want you to be focused on lifting instead of on playing video games. So we are going to try that one again, folks. That's going to be a DC for the side of DistInkt, as they're going to be getting loaded up again. Well, Frostix, we can't really talk about anything if not the comps. So let's chat a little bit as well about the switch to Nautilus from Tidal Disruption. Do you like that pick for Rainmaker Humpback, and is it enough to get them the dub here?
That is Nautilus. I think, was that Vanilla Nautilus so far? Because that has Rain here. That is definitely something that could be a little bit more disruptive. It allows for more chip damage. It'll potentially allow the fight to be a little bit more evened out. It's not even on the offensive, but also on the defensive here. It could be really interesting, and I'm hot off the presses of seeing some amazing Nautilus plays from a certain Tiki Taka. So if there's one thing I know about Nautilus, it can fight at almost any range and almost any angle.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And I mean, especially on Humpback, when you're trying to defend that left-hand side right after the check, something like a knot can be crucial. It can pair super well with the Zuka that you know both sides are bringing. It can pair super well and chip with that pencil that we know Anon is bringing in. I think that could be a good move. But Frostix, this map has been around for a little while. We've been playing it since Splat 2. Like or dislike, thumbs up or thumbs down on Humpback?
Well, it really just depends on the map mode rotation. It's just really fast. Your zones can be a little bit tricky just because of the uneven territory. I already said the extremely tight bottleneck past that first checkpoint on Rainmaker. Clanbits feels like a completely different story. Same thing with tower control. Maybe you just don't see them for a reason, but I think okay, coming from someone that plays a lot of frontline aggressive borderline skirmisher weapons like Wiper and yeah, just a whole lot of Wiper, I'd give it a thumbs 45 degrees up.
I like that answer. Thumbs 45 degrees up is a good way to put it for Humpback. And I kind of feel the same way, because this one can be over super quickly if you're not coordinated and you know what you're doing. But these teams at mid-level, they definitely do. Thinking on DistInkt for a second, I mean, these guys are regularly getting great results in paddling pool. They were put in Div 2 for a reason. And if they can win this SAC qualifier, I mean, they could be on track to make even the next step.
Yeah, definitely so here. Now that you're talking about records, we can't even analyze any further, as we're now back into the action. We're going to see that Nautilus coming out from Juno, switching from the Blaster, and we're seeing Rafa with the bucket here. Some really interesting comp switches, like we said earlier. Let's see what we have in store.
as we get the opening here. Positioning is going to be crucial. So we see a lot of blue members rushing in. They will get the pop for DistInkt here. Now, oh my gosh, one thing we didn't talk about with the Knot was being able to have everybody located. Frostix, how crucial is that to getting your pushes coordinated? As we see Rossi with an early double and a jump out.
I mean, words can only say so much when actions speak louder, and Roxy's action is speaking louder than words. Getting 2 down, allowing Tidal Disruption to get an immediate first checkpoint here. And right now, Z34 is just holding down the line with that big bubble, holding down the line with the Commentators range, attacking Tiger, but going down to a hammer to the roller slam from Tiger, being shielded by the big bubble. There's 2 members down on the side of Tidal Disruption. Tiger was trying to go for it. They were getting popped down by Rossi once more here. I think they're still in this to win this.
Yeah, now this is an interesting spot here because that push did fail, but as you noted, they were able to keep the Rainmaker there. Rossi, again, is going to get, I think, a bomb pick there as members of DistInkt are trying to rush in, stopping that Rainmaker at 50. You're going to need way more than that to win this game.
Definitely so, and with Roxy outnumbered, they are going to be going down to the straight roller slam from Tiger, and now it's looking like DistInkt is going on the offensive. They're popping the strikes immediately to cover more ground past the first checkpoint here. Tiger is also setting up shop at the pedestal, putting down that big bubble, allowing Mooj to get another safe Rainmaker slam, allowing them to get that first checkpoint here. The lead is now 10 ticks apart.
They are about to get the pop is DistInkt. Now, do they make the move now, or do they try a little bit later? Tiger will go down, traded out up front by the shot, as Z is now, wow, aggressively clearing out this check, making sure that they can't get in. However, DistInkt will go up too. The Rainmaker, though, stopped by the pencil. A clutch stop when they didn't have numbers, and it's flipped on its head again here.
And now it's looking like DistInkt is a little bit pinchered in as Juno was trying to shoot them down at mid. It's looking like DistInkt members are now jumping back to their spawn. And right now, Tidal Disruption has a very good control of mid. They are in the hands of the Rainmaker, but now everyone from DistInkt is posted up and ready to defend. Juno will be going down. Afro will be going down. There's 2 members down on DistInkt. This could be an opening for Tidal Disruption so long as they can get their members allocated in the right spot. The Rainmaker has gone down, unfortunately.
Wow, it does seem as though teams are playing very defensive games here. It's 10 points, 8-0 Frostix in this kind of a game. It's anybody's game. 2 members of DistInkt will go down, though, retaining mid for Tidal Disruption. They, though, are instantly picked. It looks like a member of DistInkt was trying to stall there. Tidal Disruption crashing into the street here, but Tiger gets 1. Dueling bubbles, Tiger will go down. That rain is now stopped at 44, with Tidal Disruption wiped by DistInkt.
And now DistInkt once again must make it past mid, past that bottleneck that I was talking about earlier here. It's like I was thinking that a lot of the fights would boil down to breaking out of that barricade, out of that first checkpoint bottleneck. Right now, DistInkt, as well as Tidal Disruption, are really good at defending that. And here's Anon trying to hold off Mooj with that pencil chip damage. I think, actually, Juna has gone down. Right now, DistInkt are funneling out of the bottleneck, trying to break through, but Roxy's moving in the lead. Has been swapped. DistInkt are in the lead now with 1 minute, 45 seconds left on the clock.
Some nice Rainmaker movement there, and they may not be done yet. Tiger does pop the bubble, but go down as the members of Tidal Disruption are probably looking to shunt this one off to the side. But Juno, look at this beautiful flank from the Knot, is going to pinch that rain, giving Tidal Disruption another chance here. Again, it's a 10-point game, but it's flipped the other way with Tidal Disruption on their elimination point for the tournament.
But like you said, 10 points potentially can't be anything. There's 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the clock. Juno is taking the front lines, trying to get some range chip damage, but the Zuka is flying out from DistInkt, from Afro, I believe. And actually, that will allow DistInkt to shut down the Rainmaker as there was being 1 minute left on the clock. Afro is going to be going down. Juno is still sticking in the front line here. You definitely want to watch out and get this Nautilus out of here. That's what Tiger is looking to do. And if anything, they just need to get out.
Oh yeah, they're going to be trying to make a push here, as it seems as though we got Rafa loaded up on this left-hand side, just trying to make sure that they can stoke out where this Rainmaker's going to try and push from. The next pick is going to be so huge, as we see 2 members of Tidal Disruption going down. Anando is still going to move forwards, getting pinched by Afro on the strikes, and with 30 seconds left, DistInkt may have just won this round.
They don't call it GG strikes for nothing, and with Afro waiting in tow here, now DistInkt is in control of the Rainmaker. There's going to be around 20 seconds left for Tidal Disruption to take this back, but with DistInkt in control of the Rainmaker, DistInkt taking these fight very effectively. Wait a second, the Rainmaker has gone down here. Tidal Disruption needs to act fast here. There's going to be 10 seconds left. The Rainmaker is predominantly colored in blue. Afro is firing off with the Zuka. They are being chased by Z. Z34 will splat Afro here. The bubble has been popped here, but no, one will pick the Rainmaker up in time. Whoa!
Wow. Oh my gosh. I mean, that one was about as back and forth as it gets, Frostix. But just like that, groups into single elim with a snap of the fingers. DistInkt has completely removed Tidal Disruption from this tournament. From third place last week to now out in the first round, they've got to go back to the drawing board here.
What a show from DistInkt, crowning former podium holders Tidal Disruption. There is no need to go to Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge as they completely take that set.
Oh yeah, we loved how DistInkt looked there, and I mean, they are on the up and up for sure. I don't think, now correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody in chat might, that I don't think that they played in Qualifier 1, so this has been their first crack at SAC this season, and I mean, they're showing up, but you got to do it every single round, as we're going to be moving on to best out of 5. As let's take a look at what the rest of this bracket is looking like here in gold bracket. We've got our number 1 seed, of course, everybody's favorite. My ex thought I was +2. They are going to pretty easily handle themselves in round 1 over Outcast, setting up a matchup with DistInkt. On the other end, folks, we just saw Yellow Jackets. We're about to see them again because they won their first round 2-0, and we're just waiting for that last set to wrap up.
This could potentially... well, in the meantime, we're waiting on Big Fat Sea Cows and Dandelion to go in that Game 3 to decide in the tiebreaker to see who goes up against Yellow Jacket in round 2, which will be semis.
Now, we just saw Yellow Jacket versus Dandelion, so I think we may be headed for a rematch here, and that one did look pretty solidly in favor of Yellow Jacket, so it'll be interesting if Dandelion can get another crack at him. Frostix, do you have any, looking at the bracket as it remains now, if you were betting on this, betting your life savings, who would you put money on the rest of the way?
My life savings, Silvo? You can't just drop this question on me. I don't even have a lot of life savings.
Hey, but if you pick correctly, it's doubled.
Well, DistInkt is definitely showing out to be a team to look out for, but at the same time, my ex thought I was +2. It consists of a pretty all-star roster, in my opinion. I would definitely think that maybe one of those teams would be something that I would bet my measly, barely amount of life savings on here. Unfortunately, we're not going to be casting that match in semis.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get to them when they inevitably make grants, or DistInkt could continue shocking the world here, as I'm super excited to see how this set turns out. We're going to go to a short break to get semis ready for you, and to just resolve some technical difficulties here, but we will be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. We've got such great Splatoon ahead for you. Welcome back, everybody, to the Squid Advanced Circuit. We are here with semifinals of Gold Bracket. Now, if these two rosters are looking a little familiar to you, that's because you just saw them at the end of Swiss. We are ready for a rematch between Yellow Jackets and Dandelion Frostix. The first time around, Yellow Jackets got a clean 3-0 sweep. Do you think it's going to be any different here in Gold Bracket?
That is fair. Looking back at their results over the course of the group stage here, they're going 5 for 5 on their set wins and have only dropped one map here. Meanwhile, on the side of Dandelion, their score isn't to be scoffed at. They've gone 4 for 5 in terms of their set wins and have gone 8 out of 15 in terms of their map wins here. It just depends on how well these two teams can play. Not in a best of 3 set. We're going now to best of 5.
Yeah, it does give a little bit more leeway, right? When in the Swiss stage, some teams might be kind of throwing that third game if it's play all 3 and you already know that you lost the set. I know tiebreakers are a thing, but you're maybe not treating it as seriously. But best of 5 in Gold Bracket, a whole different animal here, as we're going to see Zone's Hagglefish first up. Now, none of these, notably, are ones that were played in the first Swiss set, so we're going to get a different look at both of these teams loading in, and I'm just excited to get started.
Yeah, and now we're just hovering over the wonderful Hagglefish market, the straightest map, one could say the straightest out of all of the Tetris pieces that Splatoon 3 has to offer. And we're seeing a very interesting comp on the side of Dandelion. Yellow Jackets sporting Tetra Julies, which is definitely going to be interesting to witness. A lot of aggression from both teams.
Yeah, I'm liking this skirmishy comp out of Yellow Jackets that we saw before as well. The Wiper Tetris plus the 52 to chip is going to be a lot of offensive power as Storm is kind of setting up front with the rest. But we see the Tetris go down on the left here, so very early numbers for Dandelion. Now, whose comp do you like better on paper for a mode like Zones?
When it comes to zones, those tri-strikes, courtesy of the T-Tech on the side of Dandelion, will always be the cinch here. But perhaps it may not be enough to respond to the sudden aggression that Yellow Jackets just brought to the table, as everyone is starting to search forward. The killer whale is coming out. The lead has been swapped here. Sigdokari is just trying to hold down the line in mid here, just trying to fire off, charge that cooler here. Kami has the reslider ready to go. That's good for not just claiming zones, but unless you go down.
Yeah, look at this. Dandelion with a great opportunity to come back in. Just trying to find the 52 as Storm's going to be scampering backwards. Now, do you distract or do you jump here? And Storm is looking to distract. They may come to regret that, though, as Turnip is able to come and give a 4-2 advantage for Dandelion. Looks like we're going to see a lead flip.
And if anything, Turnip is still waiting for anyone from Yellow Jackets to drop in. It's actually looking like the lead will now swap once more. It's now in Dandelion's hands, but Sigdokari has the crab tank ready to roll here. Firing off here. It does not look like it's going to claim any targets actually here. Neither a lot of paint for Yellow Jackets as well. The Stamper will also claim a target, getting 2 down on the side of Yellow Jackets here. They're still in control of the zone here. They're past the 30 threshold into the 20s now.
Look at this, as things are still being traded up front. We're going to see a crucial. The Wiper will go down in the corner, and now the only 2 members of Yellow Jackets left are shoved over here by this crab. Kami will neutralize the zone with about 10 left, but the edit will go down elsewhere off your screen, and if Dandelion can just hold here, they may be able to get a win, as Rice is going to be rolling in with the roller, and oh my gosh, despite going 3 down at the end there, Dandelion is up 1-0 on Yellow Jackets after being swept by them in groups.
Their pay to output is nothing to scoff at. It's like I said earlier when you were asking me about their team comp, those tri-strikes courtesy of the T-Tech can always be something to rely on and can get a lot of value out of, whether or not it is painting the zone or just allowing yourself to break out of a lockout situation or just further a hold. It's just really, really versatile, and also just T-Tech is just a weapon that can fight as well, on top of doing a lot of things. Game 1, like you said, going to Dandelions. Welcome to Game 2. This is going to be on Crab Leg Clam Blitz here. Say hello to Great City.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, not only welcome to game 2, but welcome to gold bracket, right? Dandelion's saying, hey, we may make things a little easy for you in groups, but we are ready to play now, taking a pretty solid game 1 there as we do move on to Clam Blitz on Crab Leg. Now, I could see an argument for Yellow Jackets continuing to bring out that high skirmish comp, but on the other end, we saw a lot of high painting weapons for Dandelion. Do you think they changed that up here a bit on Clam Blitz?
Well, they do have a lot of painting weapons, but they also still have a good amount of weapons that can fight effectively. I think I remember they were sporting things like a Stamper earlier. I think they were also sporting, well, they had that T-Tech earlier, and that can be really, really versatile, like I was saying earlier, but we have no more time left to analyze as we're now diving straight into game 2.
I love it. It's all action here at SAC. It seems as though our cameras are hovering for a considerable amount of time before both game 1 and game 2. There was no DC last time, though, as we see the same comp coming out of Dandelion and a mirror match of game 1 coming out from Yellow Jackets as well. Now, getting started on here, as far as Clam Blitz goes, do you have to have a different mindset for pushes than you do for zones?
Well, definitely so here. You don't want to just go all willy-nilly when it comes to going straight into a push here. You got to make sure that you have enough clams to further a push and get a really good score in the early game. So what I tend to see a lot of teams do within the early game of Clam Blitz is just build that clam economy, have it in your favor. And looking at the market right now, the clam economy is in the favor of Dandelions with 12-6.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're doing a good job kind of covering every angle and making sure they get a nice ramp up of the clams here, as 2 will go down for Dandelion, however. Rice kind of scampering around on this side. It looks as though they're going to be able to get that jump out. Dio kind of rolling in. This skirmishing force thus far has not broken in the early minute.
It's an unstoppable force versus a immovable object action going on here in Crab Leg Capital right now. Already, there's going to be 2 members down on the side of Dandelion, and now Yellow Jackets potentially has the opportunity they're looking for. They do have a lot more They do have a lot more clams on their side. No power clams have been built yet, though. I lied.
I do really like how Yellow Jackets is kind of doing a slow, patient grind forward, only taking the space that they're given here and doing beautiful 2v1 pinches like that as the roller goes down, the Stamper goes down, and now with the Whale, they're going to be trying to roll in. They maybe have to get the edit down before they try another move like that, Frostix.
Well, definitely, especially when that Tetra has gone down with the slider here. You're losing perhaps a pivotal special for getting a push going. Dio does have an Ultra Stamp, though, and here it comes. What's going to happen? The throw will be able to neutralize Turnip. Dio is looking to get a move in, and there's the first score for Yellow Jackets.
I love that. Hey, you don't have to get the edit down if you get everybody except the edit down, and that is what they did, is they dumped a lot in, already down to 47. The Tetras are going to go down up front in the enemy base, which is in the Tetris job description, as Turnip is going to lose a 1v1 to Storm. The basket will close, but full control has Yellow Jackets.
And that's a really, really strong push from Yellow Jackets here. They managed to push halfway through their points, and they've still got a second power clam ready to go, as Stormy is actually looking for another score. A second power clam has hit the basket.
I love that so much. It's 3 more, so not a whole lot in the bank for Yellow Jackets, as 2 of those 3 will get picked right there. Their numbers are slowly lessening up front. Dio with the hammer. Oh my gosh, Dio with the hammer is going to sustain this presence up on the ramp here, and Storm has another ball coming in. The Tetris distracting on the right-hand side, and oh my gosh, Yellow Jackets just has not relented mid for close to 2 full minutes.
They're just not allowing any more space for Dandelions to move in. They're just weeding them out. But here comes the Zuka from Dandelion, courtesy of Turnip, allowing them to take out 2 members of Yellow Jackets. And immediately, they're going to respond aggression with aggression. They're starting to take back mid by Storm here. They're juiced up on Soda. That being said, though, Yellow Jackets does have 2 power clams ready to go.
Everything's starting to roll in the favor of Dandelion here. Now they have to break the other team's defensive wall, just like it was done to them earlier. As you see the edit kind of trying to creep up. However, Kami is going to dive down, getting the edit, forcing a jump out on the Carbon. The basket will be broken, but that may very well be it for Dandelion on this push.
Yeah, Turnip is backed into a corner. Zuka will be able to take out Dio here. Nice stray pick here. But now that's just going to give more power clams to Yellow Jackets. They had 2 before. They still have 2 now.
Oh yeah, and we've seen how well they can work when they have the clan economy at their favor, as the Whale's going to come in to facilitate teams going up. A trade on the right-hand side of your screen there as CG is trying to just lay down paint for their team members to operate in, but oh my gosh, another pinch on that left-hand side by the Yellow Jackets, facilitated by the Crab here from Sig, as they're going to be looking to push again starting into this final minute.
Exactly, there's gonna be 1 minute left on the clock. Already Polari will be going down. Tiktokari actually has a pretty nice way up as Kami will be sliding in with the Reef Slider here. I think Turnip's trying to get them on the grates.
Wow.
This isn't called Great City for nothing, Sofa.
You're darn right. I haven't heard that nickname for this map, but I like it, and I think it applies for sure, as CG is trying to set up a position as well here, ever mindful of that power clam haunting on the left-hand side. Hammer from Dio won't find anything. Dio trying to find the right time to strike. The strikes, though, forcing Dio back out, and now it's a 4-2 advantage back for Dandelion. You've got to make something happen here with only a few seconds left.
There's only going to be around 20 seconds left for Dandelions to get going. CG still holds the power clam on the side of Dandelion, and it just depends on how well they can break past that defensive wall that Yellow Jackets surprise does have here. They do have that headed that can just fire off. They also has the Crab, as well as that 52 can just be really good for holding down the line as well. It does have Splash Roll, but here come the Tri-Strikes as well as the Zipcaster coming in from Dandelion here. Polari is trying to just be a little bit more of a nuisance, but already Turnip is going down. Rice and CG are just being held by Dio, as well as Storm here. These power climb holders are going to be dropping like flies. It's a 2v1, and CG just cannot respond to what Yellow Jackets has. These power clams are fading fast. Polari is just trying to make it out, but no more scores.
We've got a set, folks. 1-1 tie ball game here as we're going to be heading into game 3. Now, man, it seemed as though Dandelion really was giving themselves a chance to get that win, Frostix, until the very end. And I think that the reason why they didn't get it, it was a matter of pacing. You saw those gorgeous strikes come out, and you saw the stamp pop the Zipcaster, but nobody moved up with them. Despite the strikes, despite the Zipcaster, that was your time to strike. And then what happened was, after those specials were down, after one member was already picked, that's when they started funneling up the ramp, and it's just a little too late.
Exactly here. And even after all those specials came out, it just allowed Yellow Jackets to just position right where they needed to be, recognized where the threat truly is in those power climb holders up those steps, so they managed to just funnel it effectively, take that out right before they could continue overtime any further here. What I would maybe want to commend Yellow Jackets for specifically was just allowing those pushes to keep lasting a while. That first push lasted all the way until 47, and they even had, I think, they had that second power climb ready to go as well, and just not allowing Dandelion to play on the offense for a good half of that game.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, that was the moment right there that led them to this win. And here's the thing. In that 3-0 group sweep that we saw one round before we got in, these games were close, so it wasn't like a complete blowout. So we're seeing here a little more of, the Splatoon randomness where you're seeing, teams being able to take games off each other. These folks are evenly matched, and I'm excited to see who's going to come ahead in a pivotal game 3.
And this is Rainmaker on Undertow. Definitely one thing you gotta watch out for is playing past that first checkpoint. This is oddly similar to Humpback Pump Track, don't you think so?
Oh yeah, we're getting a blast from the past here. Maybe there's a bit less verticality in mid, but still lots of ramps, lots of hills, and no comp changes yet from either team. I'm curious your thoughts about that. Do you think this is still a winning comp for Rainmaker?
Definitely, both teams play really well with their aggressive people. Turnip as well as Polari on the side of Dandelions can play really aggressively. Same thing with Kami as well as Dio on the side of Yellow Jacket here. But already 2 members are going down on the side of Yellow Jackets, and now Dandelion is in control of that Rainmaker. Are they looking to go on the right side?
Oh my gosh, the Kami flank maybe kind of helped that out because there was nobody on that left-hand side. Kami did end up getting the rain, but Turnip forced to jump out. The downside, though, Frostix, to going on that right-hand side is you don't get too much more out of it. However, Turnip is looking to create something on this side here. I mean, was it a blunder for them to go right instead of left?
It really just depends on if they're willing to commit to that, and the Rainmaker is going to reset. Dio is going down. That's one less hammer on side of Yellow Jacket here, and Dandelion are just taking their fights very effectively, not allowing Yellow Jackets to take any more space for themselves, but Storm will be able to take out the T-Tech here. Kami as well as Sig are just trying to hold down the line. The Crab Tank has been popped. Kami has the Reef Slider ready to go here. I think they're just trying to make some space. Actually, they're going to pick up the Rainmaker. I think they're vying to that left side that a lot of more teams go for.
I love the Rainmaker drawing out the Stamper and allowing the teammate to get the pinch there. Really beautiful play as Kami is going to be looking to get the check facilitated by the hammer getting in the way. Dio is now against Turnip here. Will get picked by the bomb as Turnip's rolling forward, downed by the pop, and a slight, very slight lead for Yellow Jackets. But just like we were saying in the prior set, 2 points, even more so than 10, it ain't nothing at this phase.
Especially when Dandelion just spawned with a wipeout of their own, courtesy of those jumps being camped by that Stamper. CG is now in control of the Rainmaker here. It really just depends, like we said earlier, on if Dandelion is willing to commit to going up that uninkable ramp. And if anything, Dandelions is now eyeing that left side here. The Tri-Strikes are coming out from Dandelions as well here, but there's a Crab Tank in the way. CG cannot respond to the firepower that Sig Dokari is bringing.
Perfect crab timing to just even prevent that 2-point lead from breaking, which is really, really nice work there. Kami is trying to work this right-hand side, making sure that nobody else comes in. Tetris v Stamper. Tetris are going to win that one, looking for more, but that edit is positioned up pretty far. The Rainmaker will reset, which will put it back in Dandelion's hands, but they've got a ways to go to try and get another push going.
That being said, though, the lead is still it's a 2-point differential here. If they just move a couple of inches, Dandelions will take the lead once more. But right now, it's looking like they're having some difficulty moving out a bit, and they're going up the uninkable. They take the lead.
Oh my gosh, they are just pretty dang committed to going that route, aren't they? And it's paid off for now, but let's see if 40 points will be enough for them to get the win. However, they may be getting more than 40. As they get 2, they get 3. It's now just Dio, whose hammer's kind of stuck on that ledge. And oh my gosh, the Rain is able to scamper all the way up to 28 before Dio picks them.
They managed to make it up the uninkable steps and push their lead to 28. This is no longer a close point lead for Dandelions, which now means Yellow Jackets needs to up the ante ever so further here. They, of course, are going down the traditional left side lane. Sig is just trying to fire off with that Rainmaker itself. The Whale is firing off as well, courtesy of the 52. But now the strikes are coming down and forcing Sig into the corner here. It does not look like they have a lot more backup here as the 52 is going down. It's just Dio left here, and Polar is just trying to go out, and that's actually a wipeout for Yellow Jackets.
Oh my gosh, they are rolling here as we see Dio picking up the Rain as the members on the front line. Oh my gosh, numbers continue to fall for Dandelion here as the Rainmaker's gonna squeak through to a 7-point lead. Yellow Jackets takes it back with 1 minute to go.
Do they notice that Storm is here? You'd normally expect oh, they do! They actually managed to catch that the 52 there. They pick it up! They pick it up! Storm is managing to push the Rainmaker to 11 points within the last 45 seconds of this match so far.
That was insane. You could see the gears turning in Storm's head, like, do I want to go try and pick that T-Tech? And there's like, nah, I'm gonna get it to 11 instead, which was a crazy, I mean, that may decide the game. That's like game-winning points territory. So terrific work by Storm as now Rice and Dandelion are on the back foot. They do get a pick on the Tetris up front here to try and get rolling. They do get Dio at the very front of your screen there as Rice is gonna be coming out to this left-hand side. Now we can see that there's nobody there except for Kami, who's respawning here. One flank coming around from the side will get picked, and Dandelion still has a shot here as we're about to hit overtime.
That being said, though, Kami has the Reef Slider ready to go. That, of course, commands a lot of presence here, but we're going to have to enter overtime. Here comes the Reef Slider. Rice needs to watch out as Kami will be rushing it, but Kami's going down, I think, to the Rainmaker. All 4 members of Dandelions are still on the scene. I think Rice will be going down to a Hail Mary toss by Dio.
Did Dio just like clutch up every Rainmaker stop in that game? It sure felt like it. Oh my gosh, I mean, Dio was just like solely one-track mind focused on the objective at all times. And that is what got Yellow Jackets this insane win. I mean, even though the group set between these two teams was a close 3-0, this is just something else, Frostix. These two teams have leveled up here in gold semis.
If anything, perhaps it's just the fuel from their past match fueling the amount of insanity that we're seeing today in semis. So we're going to go into game 4. This could potentially be it for Dandelions if they don't clutch up even further here. And it's going to be on ship shape tower control.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this one goes, most especially because in the first group set that we saw on stream, tower control was not played. So these teams have not played against each other in tower control yet today. So we'll get a new look and see. I mean, I think that T-Tech could make all the difference.
If anything, I'm really interested to see if Kami's going to stick with Tetras this time around here. It's definitely a weapon. It does have Reef Slider, of course, and assuming that you could get Reef Slider on tower, it could obviously cheese it out. But having... I'm just really interesting to see. I'm just interested in seeing what both teams are going to do with their skirmishers here. Dandelions was running Stamper as well as Carbon. Meanwhile, Yellow Jackets was running Viper as well as the previously aforementioned Tetradualies here. It just really depends on if how they will use those skirmishers again this time.
Oh yeah, and I do love the skirmish setup. I think what it's allowed them to do is it's allowed them to go into so many team fights so confidently, knowing that even if I don't get the pick, that chip is coming from somewhere. So you know that that's on the way for sure, as we are going to be heading into game 4. Quick tournament news update though before we do. On the other end of the bracket, DistInkt takes a huge 3-1 upset over my ex thought I was in +2. Holy smokes, Frostix, we're about to see DistInkt again. I couldn't be more thrilled.
I think my life savings are in a good place right now. I did say DistInkt first before my ex thought I was +2, which means, like you said earlier, my life savings are in a good place. But we have no more time left to talk about my life savings or DistInkt right now, because this is still Yellow Jackets and Dandelions game on Ship-Shape Cargo Co. Tower Control.
I'm hoping you make bank there in grand finals. We'll see how that goes as we get another long, slow, panoramic view of the stage before we head on. I'm shocked there's been no DCs with how long it's taken to load into these games. Kami will remain on those Tetras, and it looks as though, again, these folks are pretty stuck with the weapons they like.
I mean, if anything, seeing Kami during these past 3 games, I wouldn't doubt their ability with those Tetras. Dio will immediately make a mad dash to that tower, and immediately starting the ride for Yellow Jackets. They're going to be claiming first blood onto Rice here, and now it is a sword duel, and Polari will be able to take out Dio in that duel.
Polari v Kami now, skirmishers v skirmishers, and no, poor Kami is gonna take a dip in the Arctic Ocean or wherever that is, as now Polari's gonna be hopping on the tower again. Another sword battle with Dio, as these two are so often hunting their respective front lines. Dio will win this time, catching Turnip unawares up at the front, and oh my gosh, what a pinch. The Yellow Jackets will be rolling now.
It's only CG left on the side of Dandelions, and Sig is firing off with that crab tank, always making sure that the crab is timed perfectly for pushes, and now Yellow Jackets is at the first checkpoint. Immediately Polari will be going down, but the Tri-Strikes have come out on the side of Dandelion. If anything, those didn't target tower. That's a really interesting... I'm wondering if that will potentially be detrimental for Dandelion.
Yeah, it's kind of a continuing trend of what we saw in that Clan Blitz game, where we're popping the strikes, but there's not a whole lot of coordination with them. As you see, one member is probably gonna, yes, shunt onto this right-hand side here, as we see the Crab on tower paired with Storm on this ever-critical top right side. That checkpoint is broken, and oh my gosh, Yellow Jackets could make this a quick ending to the set. However, I think Azuka is picking 2. Dio battling with the T-Tech is gonna get picked. Now it's just Storm and a wipeout for Dandelions. However, Yellow Jackets got it all the way to 7.
They have a very long ways to go. They practically need to knock out in order to take this game back. And in order to get that knockout, they need to traverse the entirety of this map here. And the Tri-Strikes have already come out from Rice. Turnip is just lying in wait, potentially having a Zuka online. Here comes the Zuka here. They're firing off on Sig. Sig's going to be the first one down. That's at least one less Crab to worry about, one less Dio to worry about. Polari's moving in, having Kami in their sights. That's a trade. It's 3 down on the side of Yellow Jackets. And I think Dandelions has what it has all the facilities needed to move past the first checkpoint.
Oh, and look at this. A fight win followed by Juice from CG is going to sustain this very, very nicely. Now, attention is being split between Dio, who's around behind them, and Storm is up front. Storm will go down. Now, Kami chasing CG off that tower. Dio comes back from that flank and gets the edit, and that looks like that push is going to stop right there for Dandelion.
Dio isn't done yet. They're having Turnip in their graph, and here comes the hammer taking out Polari. This sword rivalry is not done yet, so but these two are just at each other's necks.
Yeah, games 3 and 4 especially, I think we've seen Dio really show up and just guide this team to what looks like it could be a win, as Sig's going to set up on this right-hand side, avoiding the Zuka. Now, with such a nice lead, oh, you're kind of in holding mode, but the Crab is going to get picked, a huge value flip for Dandelion, who's going to go up 1, up 2. Oh my gosh, can they get Kami as well? A long wipe facilitated by Rice, as they're going to be rolling here. One more shot left.
Exactly here. We're going to be around 2 minutes left in the match for Dandelions here. It's still a good amount of time for them to go. That being said, Polari is going to be going down first. There is no Storm to worry about, and the Soda has come out courtesy of that headed. Turn is firing off with the Zuka here. Not any targets claimed, and now Dio has entered the fray once more. Storm is in tow. The tower has been lost. Turnip's trying to take control of the ledges here. They're still in Yellow Jackets' court here. They just need to push up a little bit more up the ante on this aggression here. There's 2 members down on Yellow Jackets. Dandelion can still get going.
Oh yeah, crucial pick by Turnip to get Dio on the ledge there, as they're going to break this checkpoint here. Now they just need to make sure they can get an attempt at the lead back. It looks like the tower's going to be rolling forward. They only need 1 more point here, but everybody will go down except for Rice, who's going to phonetically strike the tower. Get 1, get 2. They are able to grab the lead. Dandelions, oh my gosh, they're going to knock this one out, and we are headed to a game 5.
Oh my gosh, it's like I said, Dandelions need to practically knock this out in order to take this game, and here it is. They managed to take that wonderful use of those strikes to get those 2 members of Yellow Jackets off by Rice. They finally managed to nail the strikes timing down, and they're all just synced up, ready to pose on them as we go to game 5, Splat Zone's Umami Ruins.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of Rice hearing us talking about the strikes and then being like, oh, you didn't like those strikes? I'll show you some strikes you're about to like, as Rice literally 1v4'd their way to a game 5 with those strikes on that tower. What a huge clutch performance by Dandelion, showing truly that it doesn't matter if you 3-0 a team once, it is so hard to beat them twice.
Definitely so here. And now it comes right back to Splat Zones here. And both of these, we've seen how well both of these teams play within zones here. I definitely, it's once again it's like this. It's like the notion that I posed in the Clan Blitz match. It's unstoppable force from Yellow Jackets and the immovable object from Dandelion here.
Oh yeah, we love to see when 2 different styles kind of clash together. And I mean, Yellow Jackets is still very much in this thing. It's been back and forth the whole way. Now, on kind of following up from that question, Frostix, which style do you think will work better in Zones Umami? For game 1, it was Dandelions.
Well, if anything, Yellow Jackets does have just aggression in space to the point where they don't even need cooler on their end. They're running they're headed with Crab just to at least provide a little bit more firepower. They do have a zone capping special in the hands of Kami, as well as a lot of chip coming from Storm's 52. But we'll just have to see what these teams have. Everything is on the line here.
No 2 better words in SAC than Game 5. One thing that is of note is Kami's Reef Slider Cheese might be less effective on a map with 2 zones as an early advantage for Yellow Jackets. It's only CG who's up left, and oh my gosh, Yellow Jackets again with a massive opening.
And right now, the specials are just being charged up. Dio has that hammer ready to go. Never doubt Dio with the hammer. Here it comes. No throws. No picks are being claimed from that hammer toss. And now Polari is ready to roll with that Zipcaster, chipping off the Crab Armor from Sig. They're still winding up to go. Can they get it? No, they won't. There's a Reef Slider waiting for them, courtesy of Kami. The hold is still real. They're already almost halfway through their points, breaking out of the 50 threshold into the 45. And it's only CG left once more.
Yeah, this could be it right here as CG also goes down a long wipe. This is looking like a lot how the start of Game 4 looked, but anything can happen here. As we saw last time, Dio trying to get a cheeky pick off to the right-hand side. Here comes Azuka to try and make something happen from Dandelion. Will pick Dio. The strikes are going to come out too, but the striker is picked as well, as now we're in single digits. The Carbon will go down too, and Yellow Jackets is booking a ticket to Grand Finals. Dandelion gave him a ride the second time around, but they will advance in a Game 5 set.
What a redemption from Yellow Jacket. They simply say that they understand it now after taking that loss in Swiss and go all the way to Game 5 in a blitzkrieg of a match, punching their ticket to go up against DistInkt in Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love that style of play, and I love what we saw there as Dandelion is going to head to a duel with my X-Thoughts in +2 for the 3rd place match. So one of those two teams will podium, but we will have DistInkt, who we saw earlier, taking down Tidal Disruption, taking down my X-Thoughts in +2, and we have the Yellow Jackets, who have been just a force all day today, have not lost a set yet. It's going to be a super, super exciting grand finals here. So let's chat a little bit about these two teams and who we think is going to come out on top. Is your gambling money still on DistInkt?
Oh no, that's true. My life savings are on DistInkt, but I don't want to doubt Yellow Jackets' comp here. Just the amount of aggression that they bring to the table here, so much so that they have the headed with the crab just for that added firepower. Like we said earlier here, it's like, man, I just love when Wiper players go off, and Dio just delivers that in spades. But DistInkt, we saw them earlier take that they took a 2-0 set against Tidal Disruption earlier. They took that upset in that set, in the set that we did in Cast earlier. So they still have a lot of stuff to show as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, it almost seems as though they've been doing nothing but upsets, and clearly all the teams that made it to gold bracket are going to be great. But there's something to be said for the hot hand of the team that maybe nobody thought would make it this far. And DistInkt has been doing a great job. They're Div 2, so they're no slouches, kind of at the top of what SAC is. And I gotta say, I really like their off-meta style of, you know, they'll bring Flingzas in. They've got Tri-Stringer. Mooj on that Tri-Stringer is so good. Afro is just such a great blaster in the mid-level scene. And that could be just enough confusion to throw Yellow Jackets off their game.
Unless Yellow Jackets confuses DistInkt by just running circles around them, by taking the fight straight to their front line, punching through that, going to their mid line next. We saw how eager players like Kami, players like Storm, players like Dio were just willing to just dive straight into their spawn just to get a lockout. And speaking of lockout, that could be the situation for game number 1 of Grand Finals. This is going to be splat zoned on Robo Ramen.
Oh boy, I mean, if Sega's still such a great presence on that edit, as they always are, I mean, Robo, you've got to think that Yellow Jackets has it in the bag with a nice edit player up there. It's a little bit easier to collapse upon a Tri-Stringer than it is on an edit player. And I think to that point, if Yellow Jackets is going to continue running that high skirmish comp, that's something where we saw they were so good at taking their 2v1s in their sets all day today. I mean, if you're taking 2v1s against like a bucket, a blaster, these off-meta weapons that DistInkt is bringing in, that's going to work very, very much to their advantage.
That being said, though, if DistInkt manages to just manipulate that terrain to their advantage, play around the strengths of those AoE weapons we saw, if I'm pretty sure they had that custom blaster, I think you also mentioned that they have a bucket in their back pocket here. As long as they play those effectively, that could potentially be a little bit more trouble for Yellow Jackets.
Oh, yeah, I think so, too. I think the bucket we'll see come out for Tower Mako. I'm not sure if Rafa will go game 1, just because we saw such a strong decav out of them. And I think decav could be a good counter to what Dio's trying to do as well. But you were speaking on Dio a little bit earlier. I mean, wouldn't you say that there is not much more in this game or this scene, not much more exciting than a good wiper on stream? And I'm excited to see Dio tear it up again here in grand finals of the 2nd qualifier for SAC. Let's get hyped, everybody.
All right, and we already are seeing Yellow Jackets sport the same aggressive comp that they were running back in semis. Meanwhile, I think we're seeing something different, I think, coming out from DistInkt, unless Rafa was running bucket the last time we saw them.
Yeah, they didn't pull out bucket for zones, so yeah, I think it's interesting here to see with the strikes and Robo that them going for that, as Rafa's going to be chasing Storm here, trying to meet the aggression, but 2 down for DistInkt in the early going, and we see Dio with that hammer trying to do something up front, smashing against the ledge for a little bit before crashing in and going down. So even numbers-wise, as DistInkt is looking to get back into this one.
Yellow Jackets is 2 down though. They're still waiting in the respawn chamber. Kami as well as Afro dueling out on the bottom side of the map, resulting in a trade. And the zone has been flipped. It's 25 penalty points going to Yellow Jackets here. And DistInkt is already holding this with an iron grip here. Rafa's just lying in wait, ready to deploy those tri-strikes. There's another 2 down on Yellow Jackets here. I think they're just trying to hold them off at that bridge area. Here come the tri-strikes from Rafa. The lead has been swapped here. That's going to provide a little bit more difficulty for Yellow Jackets to break in, but Dio has that hammer. It's ready to go here. That could potentially be a little bit tricky as they start flanking.
Oh my gosh, Dio making a mess of the Zuka before getting picked there, and now it's just Kami who is able to get Mooj on the side here. Kami is just going to be kind of taking a distracting route, preparing a flank for when their teammates are up. Now that Reef Slider, which wasn't useful on Umami, could be here, but Rafa's going to get the pick on Kami, and oh my gosh, that could be the win right there, the winning stagger if Yellow Jackets can't get back.
They need to move fast. They need to paint fast. Sig pops the crab. Dio pops the hammer. Can this be the paint? Zone's in neutral. Can they get it? The zone flips. 72 penalty points go to DistInkt here. Yellow Jackets are still in this.
That may be some of the highest penalty points I've ever seen in a game. 72 is ridiculous, as now Tiger's going to be just trying to paint up for that bubble. Now, if you're on the back foot here, you've got to be very, very careful, because that lead could go away in an instant as 1 goes down, 2 goes down, traded out by the Kami once again, as Mooj is just trying to find something. Another teammate going down up front is, oh my gosh, so much of this blue is going to be getting set up in DistInkt's base.
It's like I said, Yellow Jackets are just always eager to start locking a team out, and there it is. Storm was in, Kami was in, Dio's in. It's all the members, like I said earlier, and they're being supported by Sig's cover fire with that crab tank, with that head it. It's only Tiger left to go in, but Tiger's going down to that cover fire, and if anything, Yellow Jackets is deadly close to getting that lead. They will, and that's the knockout.
Yellow Jackets' eternal eagerness to throw hands is what won them this game. Like you said, they are never afraid of a fight with the comp that they have, and they knew that, hey, as long as we can cap that zone at 3, it doesn't matter how many points we have, we always have the capability to come back. That's what we've seen from them all day today, and they, with taking game 1, are in prime position now to win grand finals.
And already their momentum is still building. They're hot off the presses of winning their run back against Dandelion here, and they've claimed first game for themselves here. Can this be the snowball of all time? We'll just have to see as we go into game 2. Welcome to Mako Mart.
Oh yeah, and this one's going to be a little bit different. I think we'll still see that bucket come out from Rafa on DistInkt's side. Now, on the other end, I mean, in all the games that we've seen, I can't exactly remember their comps for the Swiss round, but for all that we've seen Yellow Jackets, they have not been changing anything yet. Do you think they change here?
Well, they've played a really incredible tower control game that last round, and they stuck to their guns as well. Basically, they were just allowing themselves to move freely around the map, take fights. That way, the tower rider, I guess in this case, Sig, doesn't need to worry about anything rushing the tower. That being said, though, DistInkt has the bucket in the DistInkt has AoE in the hands of Rafa, but also the big bubbler in the hands of Tiger.
Oh, yeah, I think that there's a lot of great support play happening here, which we've seen from both teams. I think we're going to continue seeing it. And, I mean, on a map like Tower Mako, it is kind of all about angles. I could see a pairing of Kami and Dio just being a really nice 1v1 to watch in this one.
Definitely so here. They take fights very effectively here. But if anything, I don't think either Kami nor Dio is alone in the front line without a supportive shooter like Storm here. That chip damage from the Gal is nothing to scoff at, coupled with the Killer Whale. It's deadly. And right now, Rafa is sticking with that bucket. Definitely good to play that on a map like Mako Mart with this much elevation.
We shall see if DistInkt's gonna fall to a dire 0-2 lead, or if they can even it up here. And right away, a trade on the right-hand side with Dio and the shot player. Another member will go down as Storm falls. Tiger trying to make this an even more lopsided numbers advantage, but Kami will go down as a rushing Rafa is able to trade that out. Dio already back in the fray here, but the early tower control going to DistInkt.
And the Dio is in a 2v1 right now, but they're still standing. They're almost at the hammer. And now they're rushing Rafa mid-strikes. Rafa's going down here. They're trying to camp the ledge with Tiger on it. They're just holding it, and they're just slamming. Once again, going for a little bit of a crush of the ledges, but it's actually keeping DistInkt at bay. The hammer throw will not claim any targets, but Yellow Jackets is moving ever so closer to that first checkpoint. They will make it, but DistInkt is taking that back by storm.
Kami working on this right-hand side, trying to make something out of nothing here. Is going to pick Rafa. Will get picked by the Whale here in return. The Tiger, though, it seems like does not have a lot of ink to work with up front. Is working that tower, trying to get back. Nice scamper back by Tiger. Now, if you're DistInkt, is there anything that you have to do with your kind of like bucket roller comp to win these skirmishy fights?
Well, just play to your advantages, play to the ledges, take use of the high ground. You do not want to end up like Anakin Skywalker at the end of Revenge of the Sith. And now Tiger's going to be going down to a focused attack from Yellow Jackets. They still have the bubble ready to go. Rafa will stay on the tower enough to take the lead here. The damage has been dealt, but the lead is deadly close.
This is a bloody one, folks. We're seeing teams go for these pretty minuscule leads in the early going here just to feel each other out here in game number 2, as Storm is going to get picked by nice Zuka from Afro here. Traded back out up front. Still very mild numbers for DistInkt. Now, how do you break into this left side plat that seems to be evading both teams?
Well, just respond with even more aggression as we see Afro is taking the lines. Tiger just needs to probably get that bubble going, but with 2 members down, I don't think that would be a good time to. They still hold the lead. They push it to 68, but the bubble's been deployed, but Tiger's going down. I don't think anyone from DistInkt is there to take advantage of that bubble, and now Yellow Jackets is right back on the offensive. Kami is down, but the Whale as well as the hammer is coming out from Yellow Jackets.
I think thus far from what we're seeing is Dio's going to get a nice hammer pick, a nice chip. Oh my gosh, the shot's going off behind them, and now it's just the stringer left as Yellow Jackets take the lead back, but it looks like they're in for a big push. I think, oh my gosh, everybody hopped off the tower, so it's going to stop at 62. Now the crab is back on, so it's back online, but they're going to go 2 down here, and they may have just given up quite a few points there, even though they did get to 44.
Their eagerness to throw hands might have been their hubris in this moment here. Both Kami and Dio went in, but unfortunately, like Icarus, fell back to earth. Their wax wings were not enough. Dio's going down. Once again, Afro has Azuka ready to rip here. They still have to take this lead back, 44-16, but Afro shoots down 2, shoots down 6, shoots down Storm. They have Kami in their sights. They're being supported by these lasers. Tiger has that bubble ready to go here. This will definitely be perfect as they cruise past this first checkpoint area. The bubble has been popped here. They're going to actually be able to make it to the second checkpoint. They will be able to take the lead.
Perfect bubble, perfect lead, perfect execution of the play there. Is now Rafa's just kind of left on the side here. Will get a nice jump out. 1.5 minutes left. Now, GG's exist on the side of DistInkt, but I don't see any for Yellow Jackets, so this could be dire straits for them here if we're getting towards the end, as Mooj is setting up on this left-hand side, getting a nice chip on Sig. Now, do you want your anchor here or on the right-hand side during this push?
It definitely depends. Having those anchor there to do some more chip damage is important. But speaking of anchors, actually, Sig has gone down. There's 3 members down on the side of Yellow Jackets. There's 1 minute left here. Kami's in an isolated duel once more. That's where they thrive in. I think they still have enough time left, but no, Kami's going down. It's only Dio, and I think Storm left in mid. Tower has been lost. There's 45 seconds left on this map for Yellow Jackets to take this lead back.
Dio's about halfway to tower. We see Sig on that crab on the tower up front here. Nice trades up front, but Tiger is going to be rolling in on Sig, getting the pick on Sig, giving numbers back to DistInkt with only 30 seconds left. Now you're going to want to keep an eye on where Tiger is at during this crucial positioning here, as well as Rafa's GG's. That should be priority number 1 for you if you're the Yellow Jackets going down the stretch.
If anything, the stringer has gone down. There's going to be around 10 seconds left. Tiger's gone down immediately. That's good. And Yellow Jackets is on tower. This is their last hurrah in this match if they want to get this at match points. And Dio is looking Rafa right in the eyes. Sig has gone down. That's no crab. They have the hammer, but no. Someone from DistInkt managed to jump on the tower while Yellow Jackets was pushing them in the front line, allowing DistInkt to take game 2. This set isn't over yet.
Oh, we love a good, exciting set for grand finals. Last set went to game 5. We're hoping the same happens this time, as DistInkt will even things up. Now, Frostix, I felt that the key moment there for game number 2 was when DistInkt was on their game-winning push, when Afro got that double and then crashed around in on the right-hand side for a flank. And what that did was, as everybody was respawning, all these skirmishers, it drew the eyes of Sig, it drew the eyes of Dio, it drew everybody to that right-hand side, which let DistInkt get that checkpoint, that so crucial checkpoint up by the left plat. And from there, it was just a nice little snowball all the way to their game-winning numbers.
And it's like I was saying earlier, their eagerness to push could have just been their hubris in that situation here. You need to make sure that you aren't just pushing the first person that you see. You need to make sure you're getting someone that potentially has a special, like you were talking about earlier. Within that final couple seconds, you said that getting Tiger, getting Rafa are key priority targets. And just the Yellow Jackets need to make sure that they have their priorities in order, making sure that they can at least prioritize the objective as well.
We are heading to Rainmaker, folks. Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino. Now, this one is an interesting one. I could see a world where Rafa brings the bucket back just because of the pure verticality of most of this stage. But on the other hand, I mean, we haven't seen Yellow Jackets change yet. I don't think they should change for this one. Are there any adjustments for DistInkt, or do you ride that dub for game 3?
Well, we'll just have to see after we take our usual panorama around it. Oh, this isn't a long panorama. We're going straight into it. Yeah. Whoa, is Rafa on Wiper? Whoa. Are they trying? And is Dio on 52 Deco?
What is happening? Did these guys accidentally switch names? Is that Dio over there when it's actually Rafa? And who even knows? But some big comp changes that we did not expect, as double 52 of different skins for Yellow Jackets. That could serve to maintain their skirmishing fighting power that they've had all day.
And there's one thing we didn't take note of. Kami has switched Tetras. We're seeing the debut of light Tetras in this SAC Grand Finals moment. That's going to be interesting. Now, Yellow Jackets has a Zipcaster.
Yeah, I think it's a nice pick, especially with how good Mooj has been providing chip damage for DistInkt, to try and throw that off a little bit with the Zip. Sig trading out the front line there, as Mooj is getting into some trouble here, but the teammate Tiger's going to rush up with the bubble to protect them, and it looks like this could be a surefire checkpoint for DistInkt if they can climb up the tower. No! Yellow Jackets will stuff them at 60.
And with Yellow Jackets' newfound firepower, they will be able to just barely stop them from getting that first checkpoint. In comes the splatter color screen. That's going to be something to watch out for. It demands a lot of presence. But here comes the Zuka out from DistInkt. And I think Kami's in a really tight situation. There's 2 down on the side of Yellow Jacket. Once again, Yellow Jackets are just not allowing DistInkt to get that first checkpoint. But as soon as I say that, they do it anyways.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really nice perseverance there to make sure they get it, because in the early going, that just opens up the whole rest of the game for you. As Afro, who's been so good on the shot all day, is working this front line with the Rain. The Rain will get picked, though. A little out of sync with Afro there up front. The Crab will make some work here. Dio on the 52 now, forcing a nice jump out, but you've still got to regain mid if you're Yellow Jackets.
And right now, there's 2 members down on DistInkt. They basically get mid-free. And with that splatter color screen in place, that's going to potentially allow Sig to get that checkpoint slam. They will do that, and they at least stay alive when that suction bomb was placed so conveniently.
Yeah, 1 down for Yellow Jackets, traded back out by Rafa on the Wiper there will go down. The shot will go down. Another 52 as we're seeing numbers fall. Tiger is going to stuff that Rainmaker, 2 points shy of a lead. A hero play, but still on the back foot is DistInkt, as Yellow Jackets is looking for another pop.
That being said, though, it's now just a war to see who gets the pop. It's Mooj and Rafa getting the pop points, and that is a pop for DistInkt. That's 2 players down on Yellow Jackets, and Tiger is running with this Rainmaker already on the top spinner, but they get stopped immediately by Storm.
Storm is going to be loading up on this right-hand side. Rafa on that Wiper has kind of been showing us that this comp change is working so far for DistInkt. Has the hammer at the ready, and oh my gosh, that's somebody dropping on the side here. That hammer's going to be going against Dio, a taste of their own medicine there. But we're in a super, super tough fight for mid here, and like we've been saying all day, 2 points, that ain't nothing. This is anybody's game.
Right now, though, DistInkt has a wipeout in their hands. They have the numbers advantage. Mooj has immediately popped the Rainmaker, and they get the spinner jump, allowing them to potentially push their lead further. But no, with Kami intercepting right when they needed to, the Rainmaker stopped. It's been pumped, though, by Rafa. Kami is still waiting. They're still eager to fight. They have the Zipcaster. They're taking the fight to DistInkt.
Unbelievable play by Kami to get like the fall off pick and then come back up with the zip. That was crazy, as Rafa's now going to get pinched, as Kami, the MVP defensively of this game, coming in clutch once again, is trying to find even more, forces Tiger off the ledge here with under 90 seconds left. DistInkt just has a narrow lead. Yellow Jackets, for all the good that the defense has done them, they still need the lead back.
Definitely so here, and Sig needs to make a very long journey through mid onto that spinner past the defensive beast and newfound wiper that DistInkt has. And speaking of aggression, Afro will get splatted by the Rainmaker. There's gonna be 1 minute left here. There's still 2 specials to watch out for, and no, Sig's going down to the curling bomb.
No way do we go down to the curling bomb there. That's okay, though. Still anybody's game, as Dio is going to help pop with 3 down for DistInkt. You're looking for Tiger, who's in that bubble right there. Is chipped as Sig will pick up the rain. A chance for redemption. You just need 2 points as Tiger will go down. It's up to the bow, who is going to get picked. A wipeout will lead to a huge push for Yellow Jackets all the way to 10.
Could this just be it for Yellow Jackets? Kami is still in there like swimwear, eager to fight as always, taking out Afro just before they go down. And Yellow Jackets, I think, are just right back into the action. They're already back on DistInkt spinner. I think I see Dio on top with everyone else waiting in tow at mid, and just not, because basically DistInkt needs to get a knockout in order to take this game back. They need to go through spinner. They need to traverse basically the entirety of this match. Overtime is here, but there's Storm. No one realized that the 52 was there on glass, and that will allow Yellow Jackets to take the set now 2-1.
Storm causing a power outage there against DistInkt, as Yellow Jackets, they can smell it. They can smell that qualifier placement for number 2 here. They are 1 win away. DistInkt, though, they've shown such resilience all day, such ability to come back against opponents that, you know, they've done it throughout this gold bracket here. They could do it again. Frostix, we have just been blessed with such great sets today. I don't want it to end. I want a game 5.
Well, in order for a game 5 to happen, DistInkt needs to take this back in Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz here. This is a much more open match here. It's a much more open map that could potentially lend itself useful for DistInkt's overall weapon comp that we've been seeing from them usually, so long as I guess Rafa goes back to that bucket. But that switch to Wiper was really interesting. It allowed for a newfound aggression on that Rainmaker map. It could even be useful on Clan Blitz, as I feel like Wiper is just an amazing pick on Clan Blitz. It just has so much mobility, a lot of it has that signature strength speed that it has, allowing it to not just take fights at close range, but a little bit further from a usual shooter range. It really just depends on, you know, what these teams can run. Now that we've seen them now that we've seen both DistInkt and especially Yellow Jackets be a lot more adaptable.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think what we may very well see is a Wiper mirror between Rafa and Dio, because Barnacle is one of those maps that is just so strong for Wiper. It's relatively straightforward. It's relatively flat. But if you're quick, it's got some nice, sneaky little flanks if people aren't paying attention. I mean, this is Wiper's wheelhouse, and I think we could see one on each side.
Well, you mentioned flanks here, and if you ask me, I don't think anyone flanks even. I think Kami also is on the same level of Dio when it comes to just flanking as well. Tetra can do that here. We've seen them sport now both instances of the Tetra spectrum, both light and dark sides of the Tetra force. So we'll just have to see what we're seeing from these two teams. This is potentially match points if Yellow Jackets takes this.
That is the second Star Wars reference. I love that. Please keep them coming. I'm chuckling every time. As we do see a Wiper on each side, Rafa sticking with it and Dio returning to it. Kami sticking with the Zipcaster, which I think proved itself as extremely valuable in that Rainmaker game.
Oh, definitely so here. Do not doubt a wiper in any mode here. And already, Dio will be going down first here. Afro's looking like they are in a tricky situation here. And already, even if we are a couple seconds into this match, Yellow Jackets does have the clam lead, but that's a trade down on both shooters. There's 2 members down on DistInkt here. Mooj is just trying to escape from the wrath of Kami. They're still going.
Now we go to a Star Trek reference with the Wrath of Kami. I love it. As Rafa's trying to make something out of this hammer, is going to get one. Rolling forwards, trying to take advantage of this Dio jump in with Tiger here. Not quite synced up on positioning, but DistInkt is getting pretty big numbers and lots of clams coming in here in the opening minute.
And immediately the clam economy has swapped in the favor of DistInkt. That first score is going to DistInkt, and that's a second power clam once more. They push their lead to 60. I think with 1 Kami less from Yellow Jackets, I think they can still get. Is that a third? Is that a third coming from Rafa?
Here it comes. He couldn't quite throw it in, just shy of being able to get it, as now the members of DistInkt are forced to back up. But a nice opening push, as we saw something there that I wasn't anticipating, a really nice frontline Mooj presence to just help their teammates with chip. I think that is what is helping them counter the aggression of Yellow Jackets here.
But right now, Yellow Jackets is responding with more aggression. The Zipcaster and the Hammer has come out from Yellow Jackets here. But they gotta watch out for this Zuka. It was not a collateral from Afro, but that doesn't matter when Sync takes out Tiger and Afro in return. 2 members down on each team.
On the back foot again is Yellow Jackets, as they've got to figure something out with this Rafa as wiper comp that's eluded them thus far, as Mooj now is trying to continue to pressure the front lines here. Dio testing one of those flanks that we were talking about, but it's going to get pinched up front. However, traded out the shot and the 52 up front. And oh my gosh, DistInkt, they've got all the cards. They're holding everything close to their chest right now.
Definitely so here. They're really close to a power climb. I saw Rafa holding 7 earlier. I think they also have the wiper as well. Same thing with Tiger, ready to pop the bubble. That being said, the hammer is being tossed by both. Whoa, Sig and Rafa trading each other out with both of their specials here. That being said, there's 2 members down on the side of DistInkt here. As long as Yellow Jackets can respond with as much aggression as they've been showing, this could potentially be a score for them. But a power climb has just been built on the side of DistInkt here, and they're still staying alive here.
Wow, I love Mooj's positioning in this game. It's just always where it needs to be. Defensive or offensive, it's been so strong here. As Tiger and Mooj, see, look at Mooj creeping up into the middle of mid here just to try and pepper this snipe and to keep Sig back from attacking their front lines, as now both values of clams are about equal, but the power on the side of DistInkt is going to make the difference here, as Afro trying to make some noise up front, diving into the gas with Storm is going to get picked there, as Yellow Jackets, they've got to try and score here sometime soon.
That being said, though, DistInkt is 2 members down here. There's going to be around 2 minutes left in the match. The hammer throw is not claiming any targets. Mooj is just holding down the line. They have the power climb in their hands. Really bold play to be holding down the line with the power climb in hand. And Storm is taking the front line here. They are in a 2v1. Whoa, they dodged the hammer, but not from the explosive. But Rafa will be able to take out Dio in this duel. There's 2 members down on Yellow Jackets. DistInkt is just not letting them pass.
I love this. They're just playing for the trade at this point, which is such a smart move when you have this solid lead against a team that just wants to fight. As we see Kami coming up with the Zipcaster, is going to get Mooj. That'll open up the field significantly for Yellow Jackets, who are going to get Rafa as well. Sig is rolling in to help get Tiger. The Crab here is going to be targeting the Zook, getting the Zook, trading out with the teammate here. But Sig has the most clams. They're going to need another fight win to even score.
Exactly, DistInkt has responded, Sig has the power climb built, but if anything, Sig is looking desperate, and no, they're going down to the explosive. The power climb is still in play. There's just another one casually being built by Storm, but there's going to be 1 minute left. There's 2 members down on the side of Yellow Jackets, and DistInkt is pushing Yellow Jackets all the way back into mid.
Look at this. I did not even think this was possible against a team that plays that grinded out skirmishy style as Yellow Jackets, to be dropping team fight after team fight as DistInkt is rolling forwards here. The Zuka trying to find Sig as Mooj is gearing up to find an opportunity to score. And now the Whale coming in with the gas and the roller is going to allow 1 ball, 2 balls. It's all the way down to 37, and the picks keep coming for DistInkt as Afro setting up on this left-hand side here. Look, we've got people rotating back for clams. Only a few seconds left. You really just have to keep the basket open at this stage of the game. Mooj will be picked, another, but if you can get 1 more clam in, you may be able to decide this game without going to overtime, and it will happen. DistInkt sends us to a game 5.
Oh my gosh, what a turnaround from DistInkt, being just as aggressive, just as oppressive as Yellow Jackets in the games prior, and they're taking this to Game 5. I'm pretty sure they just said, they just kind of learned their lesson after being just rushed down ever so, like, all the time over those past 2 games so far, and DistInkt managed to finally realize that they just need to respond aggression with aggression here. They did that in spades here. Mooj being really adaptable with their stringer position, Rafa being just really adaptable and just moving in and out of fights with the Wiper here, and of course Afro and Tiger being really good support with the bubble as well as the Zuka, allowing them to just be allowing the pushes to stay just as long as they have.
I like the thought that the members on DistInkt were kind of like dealing with Dio, and they're like, y'all got any of them wipers? And Rafa was like, yep, I got you, and coming in with this crazy swap. Now, it didn't win them Game 3, but it's made them way more competitive and way faster to match what the Yellow Jackets are doing for Games 3 and 4. I like it. I don't want to see it go for Zones Mahi.
Oh, definitely so here. Wiper can paint surprisingly well, and once that water level drops, it's going to have a lot more space to move around. And if anything, that bubble from Tiger can be really good for just shielding them against the amount of just really hard-hitting specials that come out from Yellow Jackets, like Sig's Crab or Dio's Hammer, assuming Dio goes for the throw.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to see it. I mean, that fulfilled everything I wanted from a Wiper v Wiper matchup, so I hope we see it again. But we've already seen a little bit of zones on Mahi today, not with these 2 teams, but this one, like you were alluding to, it can be over quickly. When that zone drops, you've got to be mindful of who's in control and who's getting a lot of special off that.
And like you said, also the last time we saw Mahi, it just really depends on how you break out of your spawn once you are presented in a lockout. We saw that, I think, earlier on the side of Robo Ramen zones already. Like once Yellow Jackets found their footing, found their hold, they just immediately decided to start throwing hands and back DistInkt into the corner.
We are loading up here. This is our final game for the SAC Qualifier 2. No matter who wins, Game 5 of Grands. It doesn't get much better than this, Frostix, as we're seeing the Wiper v Wiper comp roll out once again. Both of these teams at their best.
One hell of a sword duel to see in our final match. Both teams are immediately rushing out. The bomb spam is real, and that will allow DistInkt to get the first pick. But DistInkt is 2 members down. Dio is playing with the limited amount of space, and with that water, jumping in and out of floating platforms and clearing out members of DistInkt here. They're in control, and Yellow Jackets will be able to take the lead. Now Dio is just lying in wait. They have the hammer ready to go, but DistInkt has another special ready on the side with their stringer.
Yeah, that hammer could be huge, but we're seeing 3 specials for DistInkt, which is massive, as Afrozuka, again, is going to neutralize the Crab. The Reef trading another one up front, and DistInkt getting a minor numbers advantage here as Rafa coming in to get a nice trade with Storm. Could have been a lot more with those jumps coming in, though.
But if anything, that did allow DistInkt to take back that zone, flip it right as soon as Yellow Jackets moved to halfway through their points, and then water level has now dropped. Kami managing to get a pick onto Mooj. That'll definitely be useful, as there's no more chip damage, or a lot less chip damage to deal with if you're Yellow Jackets. The Crab is coming out here, but Rafa is rushing that, but will be punished and will be going down to 6 Crab. I think Afro is next here, and Kami's just taking the fight once again, taking out Afro, taking out Tiger. They have the Reef Slider ready to go as well.
The thing that is so thrilling about watching Yellow Jackets is, like we just saw, every time the camera is panning to a different fight, it's one skirmishy member just winning an insane fight. So we love to see it. So entertaining, as Kami is looking to use this Reef to get a nice stagger, but the Wiper Rafa will already go down off screen, paired with Mooj going down, 3 going down, and oh my gosh, it's going to be one more fight win after that long wipe for Yellow Jackets to take the tournament.
Dio is not over being the oppressive Wiper. They just take the title away from Rafa and says, Mom said it's my turn now. And they do not have the hammer, but Kami still has the Reef Slider here. And they're deadly close to knocking out. They're almost in the single digits. Afro is using the Zuka here. That's not going to claim any targets. DistInkt is 2 members down. 5, 3, 2, 1. The Reef Slider. And they will take 2 members down. And Yellow Jackets, with a knockout, will take game number 5 and take Qualifier 2 of SAC Season 10.
Hey, and don't say they didn't earn it, folks, because after going 4-0 in their group and winning round 1 against Big Fat Sea Cows, they endured not 1, but 2 sets that went the distance to Game 5 to get first place in this qualifier. Yellow Jackets, take a bow. What a performance today.
Man, I would maybe attribute Yellow Jackets to a speeding freight train, and with every win, they just loaded more fuel into it and just ended up pushing through, taking it all the way to their destination, victory against seed number 3.
Excellent. I mean, you can't ask for anything more from a tournament like this, from great mid-level play. We saw great team play. We saw different styles of teams that know what they like to run and know what comps they enjoy. And Yellow Jackets is going to take it home with DistInkt coming into second place. I mean, this was just such a great event. Frostix couldn't have asked for anything more.
Oh, of course I would not want to ask for anything more. The sets that we casted, as well as the sets that SPF, Dirk, and Carney were casting earlier in group stage, were just so intense here, and it's just always great to see some really intense action coming from the mid-level, like you were saying.
Oh, most definitely. But, folks, that'll do it for our tournament today. Now, Frostix, where can the good people of chat find you between now and your next appearance on the mic?
Well, between now and my next appearance on whatever tournament I somehow managed to get myself on next, you can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix. You can find me at Blue Sky at Frostix.bluesky.social. And I guess if you want to support some of the personal work that I do, you should totally read my web novel Gap Year. I swear it's worth your time. Anyways, Sofa King, where can the good people of chat find you?
I love the web novel plug. You're going to have to send me that later. That's awesome. So no socials at the moment, folks, but trying to be on the mic here with IPL and Splatoon tourney as often as possible. Throughout the rest of the Ludi season, you can catch me there, as well as for the SAC finals in a few weeks. But you know what, folks? There isn't a much better way to take in a weekend afternoon than with some thrilling mid-level Splatoon action. Big congratulations once again to Yellow Jacket for taking first, DistInkt second, and Dandelion will be your third place team, getting a 3-0 victory over my ex thought I was in +2. And that'll join our Qualifier 1 podium, Operation 0-1 in Week 1. Can you believe we're already halfway through our qualifiers for Season 10 of SAC? Well, number 3 is 1 week from today, folks. And remember, the SAC Finals will be back on June 14th. We've been Sofa King and Frostix, and we will see you next time.
Peace out.